Hello everyone, and welcome in. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the official FORTS 2v2 High Seas tournament. For today, we're going to be jumping into some beautiful games. I hope you guys are looking forward to this, because this is going to be the best of the boats. Welcome one and all, as we are just getting started here, but don't you worry. There's plenty of activity going around here, as we're getting all the cat herding together. It shouldn't be much longer, but please do be aware there is a 2-minute delay. So we will be running through things here on a timer. Alright, without further ado, let's jump into the voice call so we can say hello to all of our beautiful developers and co-casters here. Hello there.
Hello, Incursus. How are you?
I'm doing very well. Let's go ahead and do a round of introductions for everyone just joining us. Let's start off with our lovely Nose.
Hello.
That
Nice
name
to
never
see
gets old. As we say, as one of the developers, Nosehead himself, will be joining us here on voice calls for the casting and these games. Say hello to chat.
Hello there, chat.
Hey.
How's everybody doing? Hopefully everybody's as excited as us.
Oh, I certainly hope so, as I know if you saw the numbers on the stream before, there was a fair few waiting around for this activity. Turns out a little bit of advertising goes a long way, and people are into this kind of content.
Well, you know, high seas is always interesting. You know, the physics of the ships and the different strategies, some different weapons. Yeah, it's going to be fun. It's also a nice change. You know, we've been showing a lot of moonshot content in the Pro League, and this is a nice little break from that, you know, to see something different. And also it's co-op, so there's a whole other strategy there as well, which is pretty cool.
Oh yes, I'm incredibly interested in seeing how the meta changes and such throughout this, because it's going to be interesting. We haven't really had a high seas tournament proper.
I mean, we've had a few, I guess, in the past, and you know, yeah. I think it's cool. It's going to be fun to see how everybody plays, and see how the strategies are different to, say, the moonshot strategies. You know, so. Yeah, it's gonna, and we have also we have a bunch of new players this time, because we opened the teams could sign up, like just the general public could sign up to this, whereas the Pro League was invite only, and so we're gonna see a bunch of new players this time.
Yes, and that's. I'm into that. I know I mentioned this. We have this little speech every time. It's like a talking point at this stage, where I very, very much so enjoy every opportunity for the newer players to come and join these tournaments, because it's just exciting to see newer players come and bring what they have to offer. And yeah, sure, every time they get stomped, but they come back again, and they get better and better until they start winning, and it's.
Yep.
It's impressive and it's fun to watch that happen. It creates a nice story to follow. Like, Eaton is a perfect example. There was a day before Eaton even played Forts, and yet now he's known as the most prolific and the strongest Forts player on the field, period.
Yep, that's right.
And I'm interested to see who's going to thread their story through this next one. But it looks like we are good to go.
Yep, I agree.
So if without further ado, let's jump into it, shall we? Just need to make sure the players are ready. Looks like they are. So let's do this. And we're off to round 1. I just want to say I love the new UI and all the HUD elements you guys have put up here, even in the loading screen, which shows the loading status of everyone. It's extremely well done. It's like everything I've been looking forward to in a proper loading screen.
Yep. I know what you mean. It's been satisfying adding this stuff.
Yes, but here we have everyone on the left-hand side. We're back at the action where it is Team Greenleaf, a team that you may be familiar with because this is a team that was, well, born in the Forts Pro League, staying together for this co-op tournament. It's Vicro and Dranistian. Playing as the Hurricane Commander, they are going to be rushing through their tech trees, rushing through everything, because the Hurricane Commander's bonuses gives them additional build speed passively across the board, be it ammunition, be it devices like technology and economy, be it weapons. Everything constructs just a little bit faster. And if that isn't fast enough, well, during their active ability, all of their weapons are reloaded twice as fast, which is a whole lot of speed for a whole lot of firepower. And they're looking to bring it down against their opponents in this mirror match, Upgrad Sante. Players Gustigel and Pile are also playing as the Hurricane Commanders, so both teams know what they're all about and they are into it. Now, quick notes, Greenleaf, they did the thing. They dropped their core. We've already had a core swing in Dreadnoughts, and it's been, oh boy, is it gonna get even better. It looks like both teams know how to play this map, or at least they know how to play the battleships map. Though I will say Team Greenleaf seems to be a little bit more battleshipy. As this map, as I do want to say, there is a map that was created long before the High Seas expansion called Battleships, which is just pretty much this map, complete with the size and the triple core. Except it doesn't have water because it was before water was invented.
Yep.
And well, it was the inspiration for High Seas, ultimately, and it's awesome to see it in this. Like, I still have a soft spot for the original battleships, although these big ships out in the desert or wherever they are, it's a little odd, but and now we get to kind of see the same thing, but in actual water with water physics, and it sort of steps it up a notch. Yes, and it's fun. It's really good, and I love that this is the devs Fort's official version of the battleships map, the old battleships map. Yeah. And it was popular when it was just a player made.
Yes.
And it's popular now. It's big, it's fun to play, and these players know how to play it. We see the energy production goes in the rear, all the explosive ammunition goes near the rear core. They have nothing but metal production across the bottom layer. And, well, things are escalating. We even have the swarm missile trench in front, with Flak and AA going at a tower above it. This is the standard layout for this map, and it's going to get exciting. Now, as much as we can do cannon o'clock things here, most teams won't. And the reason for that is because there's no significant benefit to slapping a single cannon shell or even 2 cannon shells across a map this big. Like the fort, it's just too big. It does not go down to 1 cannon. You need to invest in a lot of firepower. And frankly, cannon o'clock doesn't give you a lot of firepower. So that's not what we're going to see here. We're not going to see incredibly early aggression. It's coming up in cannon o'clock at a good 15 seconds, a good 15-30 seconds from now, and we're not going to see crazy amounts of damage output. Now, mind you, Team Upgrade is going for mass fire beams, which can be both an oppressive offensive tool and, more important to this particular round, an amazing defensive tool meant for clearing the skies of all things anti-air. The reason for that is they are building a heap ton of, well, cannons, big deck guns. They're going to have, oh boy, is it gonna be an absolute cataclysm of cannon shells raining upon their opponents once they have an opportunity to fire those. It looks like they're going to be saving up till they have all 3 of them fully upgraded before unleashing their unbridled hatred across their opponent's bow. But it's, for now, they're just hitting him with the fire beams because they can. For those who have been on the receiving end of this kind of fire beam madness, you'll know that this is incredibly, I'm going to use the word infuriating to deal with, just because fire beams, well, once they start burning, they don't stop burning, and then the whole world burns the ground. You know, they did start the fire. It looks like the fire beams are going to try to keep the skies clear. And the cannons weren't particularly well aimed, these deck guns. But they did fire 1 volley, and then have been set to upgrade. So it will be a while before another volley comes through. Looks like Team Greenleaf is going with the classic nuke spam, which is, I'm going to say it was the standard strategy for this map for a very, very long time. Just because of how good it is. The fire beams, with this many fire beams, could be particularly effective. Another bit of this map that I don't see either players or either team going for is tier 3 cannons. Tier 3 cannons usually make their presence known on this map.
Yep.
Partially because tier 3 cannons are incredible.
These are going to hit.
Oh yeah, that's a lot of damage.
Oof.
Well, that's a fire beam down and a hefty repair bill. Do they get the second fire beam? They might very well may get the second fire beam here. Maybe, maybe not.
That's a lot of fire.
that is indeed a lot of fire.
They are smoking.
It's just mostly background bracing that's burning there, so it's not like a significant threat to them, but that is annoying to deal with for sure. As I was saying, the fire beam spam, incredibly frustrating to deal with every time, as here comes... Oh, this many fire beams. Those aircraft are not going to make it very far.
They'll cause some damage on the way down, but yeah, I don't think that was as effective as they were hoping.
No, they were looking to just precision carpet bomb, which I know sounds like a paradox right there. They're looking to precision carpet bomb these deck guns and just remove them from play before they had an opportunity to fire. But with those fire beams, they burned down just shy of every single bomber out of the sky. And now there's just not a whole lot of damage output from Team Greenleaf. They haven't invested in the substantial amounts of nukes required to fully break. Oh no.
Cool.
A decoy. That's something we don't see every day, but that could completely shut down Team Greenleaf here. Upgrade Sante.
Yeah.
They are absolutely dominant in this particular match so far. They have all the counters, all the answers to everything that Team Greenleaf is looking to do. And here come the deck guns. After 8.5 minutes of build-up, Team Upgrade Sante is looking to return fire. And here comes some aircraft of their own, making it clean through, digging through the fort. If Greenleaf hadn't swung their core out of position, they would have lost one of them already. As here comes a thick cloud of cannon shells directly onto the bridge of Team Greenleaf's base. There is no bridge left remaining. The top has been, I would say, chopped off, but it's more like been disintegrated by explosive cannon fire. And now,
good use of we got the shields there protecting the runway, which was quite effective there. Otherwise, I think that runway would be gone.
yes, big shout out to those. Oh, it's the decoy. Oh, it's trigger. Oh, it got shot down.
It did.
Oh, swing and a miss.
Wow.
Oof. Oh boy, is this Oh,
there's a lot of stuff going on here.
There's just so much AA. Yeah, it just doesn't stop. Those energy shields coming in clutch, keeping their energy production and everything else behind alive. That's a lot. There's a... Oh boy. But look at this. Team Upgrade Sonse is still almost completely untouched. A few scratches here or there.
Yeah.
But Team Greenleaf is struggling. Every weapon they've chosen so far has been completely shut down. I'm curious as to how long this is going to go before Upgrade Sonse decides to get some tier 3s in there just to add some additional damage. Because the joy of tier 3s, they can be put just about anywhere, and they don't require line of sight, so you could put them behind your cores, behind their giant spire of pain, and have them fire up and over. That aircraft was solely intended to get the AA to shoot down their own weapons, their own projectiles. And it almost worked.
One of Greenleaf's cores is down to 1%.
Yeah, I'm amazed that thing is still alive. Had some secondary explosions around that place, down to 1% remaining. Once it finally goes, it's going to take some of the ammo around with it, and I don't think it's going to I think it won't chain react, but it will certainly cause some damage. As the decoy doesn't grab any of the nukes, but there are potentially a second decoy on the way, and now 2 nukes. Oh, let's just get incendiary. The aircraft are making it through.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they're landing the shots. This is the kind of damage they were looking to deal the first time around.
Yep. Oh.
Wow.
It might break in half.
Oh no. Oh, not like this. The one wayward fire. Oh, the ammunition. It's all gone. Oh no.
It's still, oh, they've got...
It hasn't been completely cut in two.
Oh, that's
but
amazing.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. That's going to leave up Quarterfinal.
Yeah.
It's so much pain. Oh no!
And this is where co-op is really good, because you got somebody repairing and building, and somebody still able to maintain some weapons and some defense.
Yes, you know, despite all this, I don't know whose base looks worse for wear. I think Team Greenleaf's base still looks more anemic than Upgrade base.
Oh, is there? Oh,
nice. A question from chat: EMPs work on missiles? Yes, they do. An EMP hitting a missile will knock out its what's the word I'm looking for? It will knock out its targeting, yes, and it will cause them to fly all over the place. But more importantly, the weapon that we saw flying from Team Upgrade was actually a decoy launcher. Rather than disrupting the targeting, it actually hijacks their targeting and causes the missiles to follow the decoy. And generally speaking, because players are experienced with it, they will have that decoy fly directly back from whence the missiles were launched, causing the missiles to follow the decoy directly back to their own launch pads, causing generally extreme damage. Also, the tier 3s are active, and first one has been fired. Ooh, shotguns. That's a full clear.
Yep. Oh, uh-oh. Oh, that would have been interesting.
Yes, the nukes land once again, but there's not that much commitment to nukes. Generally speaking, when the nuke strategy is used, it's like 9 plus nukes. This is just 2 to do some damage, but there's not enough AA. The Air Force, it's striking again. The deck guns are exposed. Oh boy. Is it enough? The energy shield comes online just in time, but it's not enough to save everything. Through the front, the nukes finish. Oh no. It's burning again. Oh no. The fire.
There's a hole where there wasn't before.
The whole front of their boat has been removed, and the sniper comes in to clean it up. 2 out of 3 deck guns have been destroyed, and with it, Team XXVI has been just shy of completely defanged. They have 1 tier 3, a second one almost complete. They gonna have to rely on a lucky shot from a tier 3? Like, yeah, sure, tier 3s are particularly consistent in this map, and they're incredibly destructive, but this, having to rely on a lucky hit, hitting something critical, is not the world you want to be in. But it seems to be their best option at the moment, given that they lack, well, the Air Force to deal substantial damage. Yes, they're producing more, they're not out of it just yet, but they are definitely lacking in outward firepower. With a single deck gun, well, Team Greenleaf has more than enough AA to consistently bring that down, as they're going to have to deal with nuke after nuke. They fire the fire beams in well, disdain, but it's at this point it's nothing more than sending a message.
Yep.
Okay, so how does Team XXVI react to this? Well, they send another tier 3 out. It looks like Team Greenleaf is finally reacting to these tier 3s. They have the opportunity to do so now. Mind you, the tier 3s have yet to actually be aimed at their opponents, so it's not a real threat just yet. Every single tier 3 round so far has just shy of hit themselves and landed somewhere in between the two dreadnoughts, the 2 battleships. Oh, jeez. Team Greenleaf's AA taking out their own nukes. But hey, that's a full clear. The AA has cleared everything out of the skies. That tier 3 still looks
a bit better.
Yeah, it still looks a bit. It's still a bit shallow. As here comes another wave of aircraft from both sides. And
here we go. This is.
Oh! Ho, ho. The kamikaze. The aircraft takes damage and goes down into the ship, splashing their core. Team Greenleaf loses their central core, and with it, chunks of their AA, letting some more of the XXVI's Air Force through. The French air power. Chunking Greenleaf's center point, not completely bisecting the ship, but leaving it heavily damaged. Much of their anti-air power has been removed. It looks like Team Greenleaf will take this opportunity to rebuild it back, and probably better, as XXVI does another full defense of those nukes.
And we have under 2 minutes left in this battle too, which is going to be... So we might end up just on damage.
That would be interesting. As we have, both teams have exactly 200% core HP remaining. With 90 seconds left in this match, this will actually go down to damage.
And it looks like, because we have the extra stats here,
Oh, don't spoil it.
Okay. I will not say.
We do have the stats We do have the stats available. We can pull them up to see who will win.
Yeah.
But we'll find out when we get to that timer. As Greenleaf's air power does make it through, deals some damage. Oh, it's close. Oh, but it will just barely hold. As Team Upgrade Sante's battleship is in a weird hybrid of being both capsized and not capsized at the same time. Greenleaf is looking to deal as much damage as they can. 30 seconds left in the match to deal any amount of core damage or to take the lead in damage dealt. They're firing everything. Upgrade Sante has no more fire beams to defend against the Air Force, and not enough AA to stop it. 15 seconds left, and the final shots of this match have been fired. And there we have it. Team Greenleaf, the aggressors throughout this match, winning on damage dealt, dealing 191,000 damage. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a lot of damage. Well done, Team Greenleaf, moving up in this match. Oh my.
That was awesome.
That was very good. I'd say I could not have asked for a better starting match here. That was amazing. And I know that is one of the fan favorite matches, fan favorite maps as well, just because of how big it is. And it always makes me sad whenever we have to let it go to timer, but I do understand that this is a tournament. There are a lot of matches, and we have to expedite things. But oh, it always hurts me when we can't go to the full time with it.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I kind of wanted that to keep going.
Seriously, it was so good every time.
I am no longer in your lobby.
Correct. You'll have to rejoin.
What does that mean then? Interesting.
If you guys want to see the bracket for yourselves, remember you guys could use the bracket command, but be careful. You may get spoilers as we are on a 2-minute delay. And with that 2-minute delay comes a bit of potential to see what the results of the match are before they actually start. As next up, it looks like we're going to be... Oh, gosh. It begins. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say shout out to Cavs coming in and rejoining the incursion for 6 months. Everything is on fire. Everything is always on fire.
Insane.
Shout out to Kalijah coming in with that nuclear launch, showing us that support. Nuke trade! Not today, Kalijah. Today is about the forts. And all these great games. The sheer amount of medals behind. He's got so many badges. So many badges.
He does. He has them all.
Alright. So
there's a couple.
This next match. So I do want to shout out. I do want to point out. Shout out is a strong word, not the right word. Point out that there is a bit of a meme going around right now. Around bar. So we're going to see bar be a reoccurring trend. So just heads up. It may get confusing for everyone involved, myself especially.
Yep.
I also want to point out...
Why is that?
Why is that? Because there is a new game set to there's a new game that's not yet properly released, but it is very good, and everyone wants me to play it. It's a strategy game. I'm super into the idea. I've already checked it out. We'll probably be streaming it at some point. But for the time being, it is a meme because it is very good game, and everyone likes to shout out and bring attention to the game. Because it's not currently released on Steam. It's just not released yet, like, period. So, the players who love the game are all trying to throw the name around a bit. And so we see 3 teams here that are doing exactly that. One of which we have in this particular lobby. And we'll get to them in a moment, as we are now jumping into this next round. Team Hansala versus Team Incursus equals bar. I will say this. I am both... How do I want to describe this? I am both honored, I am both happy, like I feel proud that they would use my logo for this. I am also disappointed that they would not be more creative than that. They with the lazy route didn't even create their own logo, but I am in some manner complimented that they would do so. As here we have on the right hand side, it is you know them, you love them. It is Eaton and Cloud for Team Incursus equals bar, playing as the Overdrive Commander. Overdrive Commander giving access to those sweet, tasty upgrade speeds and a little extra eco, and their active ability effectively doubles resource production for a short period of time. So, Overdrive Commander, good for just general use, eco benefit, as well as mostly cheeses that involve upgrading to higher tier weapon, upgrading your lower tier weapons into more damage output weapons. Very, very well known for that. As their opponents on this left hand side, Hansala, Rick Featherman, and Quackamole. Playing as the Buster Commander. Buster Commander is busted! The Buster Commander is known for being incredibly powerful because it empowers your cannons, making them incendiary and also just penetrate that much deeper. So, it's good. It's very good, very well known, especially for these larger maps where you could land cannon shells for very far away and attrition your opponents to death by hitting their core, penetrating through all of their defenses and igniting everything. Very good at what it does. We're going to see how this match goes. Now, this map in particular, I find people have a bit of mixed feelings on. Not because it's a 1v1 map, but because of how large it is. I mean, this map, just like the background, is vast and empty and truly gives you the feeling of being on the open sea in the way that only the existential dread of being trapped in the open sea can give you.
True.
This also has some substantial limits on the weapons you can field. Things like mortars just don't make it across the field. Most projectile weapons, like the deck guns and the rockets, well, they have such a long travel time that there's enough distance to shoot them down 100% of the time. So we tend to not see those very much. So we tend to see things like lasers, which for those who may be familiar with high seas, lasers and boats tend to not go particularly well because they're very high precision weapons, and at the basic wobble in the sea that the forts have, just for being in the water, tends to mitigate a lot of the damage that lasers deal. So yes, at this range we will see lasers very often. Most of the time we just see cannons, and that's it. And at this range, cannons aren't particularly precise weapons. They will splash their damage everywhere, but they will get consistent damage done, which is more than you can do with just about any other weapon on this map, just due to the size. So we will see some limiting factors there. Now, there is one thing that is going to be seen here, as both teams are going for this, as I'm sure both teams know. One of the reasons we haven't seen a whole lot of popularity in the High Seas DLC is because it's not extremely well balanced. One of the motivations for putting on a competitive tournament is to get a good gauge on just exactly how unbalanced things can be. And we're going to see an example of such unbalances brought about by both teams here, it would seem. As forts this size could house a lot of ammo. And sure, you could shoot down some of these aircraft, but can you shoot down 15 of them? The answer to that is no. And on a fort where your core is at the top and nearly undefendable, you need to shoot down just shy of all of them or you're going to explode. And that's just not going to happen, I suspect, given that these teams are just going to be constructing 10 plus aircraft and sending them across the sky. And that's just what's going to happen. Both teams are doing this strategy. The only question I have is, will they do anything beforehand? Will they be sending cannons across the field before, just to keep their opponents in check? Just to slow their opponents down a little bit more? Will they try to defend against such an attack, using some new zany strategy, or just face tanking it enough? Perhaps some combination of both. How will they react to such madness? So I suspect both teams know exactly what's up here. Both teams have revealed that they're going for aircraft. There's no way you're firing at this earlier. He's firing at this early, okay. I think he's just checking to see what's going on here. Yeah, okay. No? What are you... trying to bait the energy shields before doing a full volley.
Wow.
Wow. He lands it. Okay. So, typically the way that strategy plays out is you just launch them all at the same time, let the enemy defend against the first 4, and the next 5 will blow through. I don't think I've ever seen someone specifically hold off and try to bait the AA one at a time. But that was... I mean, it worked. And there you have it. Team Incursus' bar just cheaped out and snipes their core right off the top. There you have it.
Sort of a lack of AA going on there. But, you know, they were busy building planes.
Yeah, I mean, usually you don't see the planes come out quite that early. I mean, they can come out that early, but it's to the point where you assume you won't be able to deal enough damage with that few planes. But I mean, they snuck it through the PD, and that's it.
Yep. I mean, they had a shield, but it got overwhelmed. You know.
Yes, they had 3 of them. All 3 of them got overwhelmed.
Yeah, I'm just looking at that again. And...
So that was incredibly well played. That was about as precise and clean as I could have expected from Eaton.
Yep. That was quick, 6 minutes.
Oh yeah, that was incredibly fast. Like, that was very close. Like, they almost didn't have enough planes to make it through that, that was a risky play, but I mean, it worked out for them.
Yep.
If there was just a few extra struts of wood on top of that core, it wouldn't have been enough.
You reckon that's a little bit of inexperience happening?
I don't know. I don't think so. Team Hansala played like they knew what they were doing, and they got timing attacked rather than... Like, they got caught off guard by a timing attack rather than inexperience. And sure, you can make the argument that because they didn't see the timing attack coming, that they were then therefore inexperienced. But they were doing the good strategy and got punished for it by someone who did the same good strategy slightly differently.
Yeah.
It doesn't come off as inexperienced so much as the other player being just a little bit better.
Mm-hmm.
And being risky with it. Is like... just like 2 extra struts would have been enough to save them. And leave Eaton's team, Incursus equals bar, to be completely stuck in the ocean with no weapons.
Where I think the experience was the pacing of the firing of those planes. You know, the way they came out. He didn't just spam them. There was a sort of a tempo to them, which I could imagine was to counter the shields that they had set up.
Yes. That is exactly what they did. And it was very nice to see that, because we don't see that very often. And I do want to say this. The timing didn't really work out. If you notice, the first energy shield came off cooldown before the third aircraft landed, which means the timing was sparse enough that it backfired. It still worked, but it didn't have the effect that it was intended to have. As in, the first one was basically a waste. The second aircraft worked. The third one got shut down because the first one didn't work.
Yeah, it was interesting. I'd be curious to see where, is there a balance tweak there that would have made that less effective?
I don't know.
Yeah, this is the fun part of balancing.
Yeah, I was talking about this. Was it on stream? I think it was on stream last time. That's a whole extra balance discussion we could have afterward. I don't want to start putting my foot in the mouth where it's not needed.
I know, it's especially when we're talking on live air. You come up with just an instant idea like, oh, we should try this, and then it's just like, hey, you said that, so.
Like I don't know the answer to that question. Is the answer?
Yeah, I understand. Well, this is, as you said, this is why we're having a high seas tournament.
Exactly.
To, give it some more exposure, get some people really thinking about it, and let's get the suggestions flowing, and make these tweaks to make it more competitive. But the thing is I don't think that'll remove the fun, because it's important that it's fun, first and foremost.
Yes, I think that's about as well said as you can make it. And that is one thing I will say. You guys on FORTS as the FORTS devs, have done an extremely good job at making it fun.
Awesome.
And I know you've seen the what is the name of it? I should know the name of the mod. A few people have collaborated putting it together, like Saps and Samster and Alex and such.
The one with the wheels?
Yes.
Yeah, how good is that? That is so good.
It is so well done, and it's just hilarious to watch.
It is hilarious.
And that's what I like about FORTS. Everything about FORTS is done like that. It is fun first. It is satisfied. The amount of people I've seen come on and say, just watching the streams, and say, hey, this is not the kind of game I would like to play. This is not the kind of game that I would think I'd be interested in. But just watching it happen is so satisfying that they just get sucked into watching it. That they just can't look away. Just the sounds and the booming noises. The way things crumble. It's so satisfying. It is so fun to interact with in the sandbox that it's just good. It's just a good game.
Yeah, that's awesome. And thank you. Yeah, it's I like, the game released 5 years ago, and we're still going. It's unusual. But I think a lot of it, as you're saying about the wheels, is like a lot of what's helped Forts stay relevant is the modding community and the Steam workshop and the maps and the mods and the craziness.
Oh yes. It reminded me of a quote by one of the moderators here, that a lot of people get into Forts thinking they're going to be playing Angry Birds, but instead they find themselves speedrunning Polybridge under cannon fire.
Yes. Yep.
And I think is the most perfect description of the
It
wheel.
is. That's a great way to put it.
Yes. Oh gosh. But anyways, on topic, we're off into this next round. We have Team Teapots with Yo-Yo In and Duba. Some of the new players here to the Forts Pro scene, Forts tournament scene, are playing the Hurricane Commander, which means we're very, very likely to see some more aircraft here, as we do have the runway already under construction, or already completed. They're facing off against their opponents, Team Beyond All Reason of Helicopter and Alex, both players very, very well known among the community, with, I will say, is slightly further ahead in their everything. They've got...
Yep. Their tech is almost done.
They've got the upgrade center. They've got extra layers of tech. They have all the tech. They have more mines, or more propellers, and more smokestacks. They've got defensive positions already constructed, whereas Team Teapots doesn't have them good to go yet. Now they're just going to start throwing down some aircraft, and there they are. Team Beyond All Reason is playing as the Overdrive Commander for those sweet, sweet, tasty upgrades, and as well as a little extra eco production speed, or eco boost. Curious to see how these minor differences will play out. Note that because Teapots is the Hurricane Commander, they will produce that ammo a little bit faster. So they should be able to launch their air assaults a bit quicker. That will leave Team Beyond All Reason on the defensive, or at least expect to be on the defensive. Yeah, there's not a whole lot going on here. This is one of the consequences of this strategy, specifically this aircraft strategy. I would say it is a lot more exciting to see this aircraft strategy against a team that's not also going the aircraft strategy, because this strat hits at like the 9-minute mark and is just trying to survive until then. Mind you, it isn't super expensive beyond the first cannon o'clock standard timings, so they can do other things. They can also build cannons. They can also do other things than just sit there and wait for the aircraft to complete. So I'm kind of surprised that we aren't seeing that right now. But we aren't seeing it right now, so it's just a whole lot of not much going around. We do see a little bit more activity from Team Beyond All Reason. They are going shotguns, they're being a little bit more aggressive with things. Sure, a lot of this stuff is AA, and densely packed AA, mind you. I mean, look at this. They're like half layering their AA here, putting in deep trenches. Like, this is... they're fully intending to defend against as many of these as we can. Oh,
and here we go. Ooh.
I think that one was just a check to see if they can.
Oh.
Oh. It begins.
Yeah, it was a check.
As... Oh, yep, the first volleys go to Team Teapots. But
that was intense.
They didn't have enough to break through. You Teapots.
No.
You fired too early.
Yep.
And soon it will be Beyond All Reason. They should not fire here. They should wait. They need to wait for their full volley.
Yeah.
I understand They checked earlier and saw no AA. I understand that they could fire and deal damage. But it's not going to be critical damage unless they get a little lucky. If they wait just a little bit longer, they can... Is that 2 aircraft constructing simultaneously? Why? How? I'm confused. Okay.
Oh, if you upgrade the runway.
Ah, yes. At this point, they should have enough to wipe out Team Teapots here.
I would say so. Oh.
I was gonna say, where's the rest of them?
Here we go. Yep.
Oh, so very close. They're just about 1 shy away from breaking them down.
Yep.
Okay, well there we have it. The upgraded runway, allowing construction of 2 aircraft simultaneously, is going to increase their throughput extremely quickly.
Yeah.
And that's gonna deal a lot of damage. It's gonna deal a lot of damage. Now, at this point, due to the amount of damage Team Teapots has sustained, they're not going to be able to upkeep a lot of this damage output. Yes, Team Teapots will be able to fire any amount of anything, but it won't be enough to deal game-ending damage, while Team Beyond All Reason can just kinda do this again.
Yeah.
And there we have some extreme damage, with the runway being completely destroyed. He's trying to use machine guns instead of the sniper. It's not working. It's like 1 hit away from that going off. Or maybe more than 1 hit. There it is. Oh lord. It feels so bad to be Team Teapots right now, struggling to have the economy to reconstruct. Because that was just such an incredible amount of damage that the time it takes to rebuild will be probably longer than the time it takes Beyond All Reason to rearm. And that's not the world you want to live in. Not for anyone. Team Teapot's trying to invest in some AA, but with all of these shotguns, well, I guess Team Beyond All Reason only has 1 forward-facing shotgun anymore. Hey, look, we're finally getting a cannon of Team Beyond All Reason. Because they can. Oh boy. Machine gunner on machine gunner violence. As here comes another round of aircraft, although this is not intended to be lethal, I think. I'm not sure what the checkmate strategy of Beyond All Reason is. They seem to not be gearing up for a lethal strike so much as just dealing additional damage. They may be intending to rely on these cannons to push them over the edge, or they may simply be attempting to drain Team Teapots by slamming them over and over and over again until they don't have the money to rebuild, which the death spiral strat usually works pretty well. Mind you, the aircraft strategy is very good at not getting death spiraled, because these aircraft, they're quite cheap to build. So if you could have any amount of eco building up for any amount of time, you will be able to construct those aircraft and bank them up and then get a massive volley out, which is what Team Teapots is doing right now, and should be able to send flying in a moment should they desire.
Yeah, here they go. Oh.
Oh no.
Oh, that's a shame. Oh, and okay. Here we go.
There they go. They managed to correct their mistake after the first few, but you could see they managed to dig through the defenses but not touch any of the juicy innards.
Yeah.
If they had just a little bit more, just those first 3 planes, would have been enough to break that runway, and this match would look very, very different right now. A simple little mistake like that is enough to make the difference here. As Team Beyond All Reason is now fielding that cannon. And with the cannon comes pretty much unstoppable firepower. I'm kind of surprised to see Team Beyond All Reason not aiming for their production in the rear, trying to hit all that energy production. All those smokestacks. Drain them of the eco.
With the planes.
Yes, with the planes. The jets. The warthogs.
Oh, shot.
There's the lethal shot. Okay.
Yeah. That's not in one piece anymore.
Nope, there it goes. One cannon straight to the foundations. And there we have it. Team Beyond All Reason winning this round. Quite decisively. Well done, well done. So I want to say shout out to Kalijah Anderson coming in with the Everything is on Fire. Torpedoes when? A question from chat. Torpedoes when? Oh Lord.
I'm pretty sure somebody's probably made a mod for that already. I haven't actually seen one myself.
I haven't actually looked. And the reason I haven't looked is I don't really want one from a mechanics perspective. Mechanically, they don't play well. They would perform similar to nukes do.
Yeah.
Nobody wants that.
Yeah, and I mean, what are they going to do? Just like come up from underneath and be completely undefendable?
Yeah, that's not a fun mechanic. As thematic as it is, it's too real, man.
Yeah, but I'm sure, like I said, there must be a mod that does it and explores what that gameplay would be like.
Yes.
Which is the beauty of mods.
It is, and there are so many mods. Like, I do not keep up with them all.
Oh, yeah.
So, real quick feedback, because I got you here, and you're trapped here with me now. Every time I select a 2v2 map, it changes, or a player joins, it changes the game type from whatever it was to team deathmatch.
Badness.
That's
what we call a bug.
Yes. That's a new one, too.
Yeah. Game development is a little bit like playing, what's that game? Is it Jenga? Where you pull on one thing and other things break?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. This is what happens. And I've been doing a bit more programming myself lately, and I'm experiencing this just all the time now, and it's maddening. Literally put one thing in that makes this new thing awesome, and then you play an older part of the game, and why is that happening? It's acting completely weird, and it's because the new thing you added that's really cool breaks the old thing.
Yep. Every single time. It never stops.
That's right.
It's the never-ending cycle. A quick question, because I don't actually know the answer to this. The cursors, have they... I know we mentioned wanting to make them smooth. Has that been done? Because I haven't played that mechanic.
No, it has not been done.
Okay.
I believe it's on our list. But yeah, I actually don't know the status of that one, but I haven't seen it as a high priority item.
Okay.
Although it's one of those things that every time I see it, I'm like, ooh, it'd be nice if that was better.
Okay. All right then. Okay, so it looks like everyone is here and good to go. As we'll be jumping into the next match momentarily. And we're off. Team Commando Bar versus Team Zavadovi. And we're off. Ladies and gentlemen, here we...
That's the wrong mode.
Oh my god. This is Naomi rejoined. Alright, give us 1 second.
Yeah. So close.
Yep. Let's go. Alright. Is when Naomi rejoined. Reset the game. I was just talking about that. I was literally just talking about that.
Yep. Noted.
Mm-hmm. It's, yeah. It's not even that big a deal. It's just annoying.
Oh, yeah.
Mostly because it's new and I don't have it ingrained in me to check it.
This is one of those interesting hybrid maps.
Yes, I like hybrid maps. I like them a lot. It gives a whole lot of variety that you don't otherwise get. As here we have on the right-hand side, it is Team Zavadovi. Two newer players, both to the game and the competitive community, Lizhny and Webcannon. For those familiar with this verbiage, these are Polish players, which is always exciting. One thing I do like, well, only because it makes things a little bit more interesting, is players have been focusing a little bit more on bringing country memes to their teams and such. The French players being aggressively French, the Polish players being notoriously Polish, the Swedish players being extra Swedish, so forth, so on. It's always a good time. It throws out a little extra diversity that you don't otherwise get. Makes it's like it's actually fun just to see the banter back and forth. But Team Zavadovi is playing as the Warthog Commander. Warthog Commander, one of the more popular commanders in the game. Known for heavy weapons because it empowers heavy weapons. During their active ability, heavy weapons hit that much harder. So we expect to see things like cannons and lasers, and not much else, because cannons and lasers, very strong. As they're facing off against their opponents, another bar, but this time Commando Bar, playing as the Hurricane Commander, racing up that tech tree, hitting the upgrade center along the way, already 3/4 of the way done with their energy weapon production facility. Jesus. Words. I try to come up with all these fancy, long, linguistic tongue twisters, and sometimes I twist my own tongue. Upgrade Sante, best team. Hey, you know, everyone's got someone to root for. Well, looks like we're going for some fairly standard... Oh, I see. Okay. So I was wondering what they were going to do with the Hurricane Commander. Figured it out. It's the laser beams, the space laser. Space laser is both good and bad on this map. Yes, there are holes for the space laser to hit through the top standing fort or hanging fort. But the holes really don't do that much. It helps. It makes it somewhat vulnerable. What it doesn't do is it doesn't solve the problem. It's still easy to defend against that. And makes the space laser a little bit not good on this map. However, due to the relatively close distance between the two boat forts, the space laser is just almost game-breaking levels of good versus the the boat fort. So oftentimes we'll see players on this map go for the space laser just to remove the boat fort and then apply pressure to the hanging fort. Because once you remove the boat fort, I mean, then it's 2v1 and it's kind of hard to lose in that position. Also, quick note, Zavadovi lost their cannon production facility while it was almost completed due to its colliding with the ceiling after adjusting their fort, which is not something I expected to see given this position, but something you learn every day. Also, Team Zavadovi is just floating metal all over the place. Not really constructing. I guess now they're throwing on extra metal in places to stop the floating. But going with the double swarm missile launcher into what will be cannons is going to be an interesting strategy. As here comes the end.
Yeah. Introducing. Oh.
Introducing, it's my friends, photons from space. And with that, Team Zavadovi loses a significant chunk of their forwardmost base. The boat fort is boat fort's a little less boats and a little less fort than it once was.
Yep.
Looks like Taichu sitting on the standard, the classic, the fire beam, plaza beam combo. Looking to penetrate just a little bit deeply. Of course, being a hanging base that's physically attached to the ground, it doesn't have a lot of the wobble issues. So it can sit there and focus its fire. Mind you, what they don't seem to have is any manner of energy production. So Team Commando Bar here just can't fire their weapons, which they probably should have thought about before trying to fire their weapons. Oh boy. Now they have enough energy. Fire beam, plasma beam. And that's it.
And there goes that. Okay.
Zavadovi now has 2 boat forts, which they can actually build a boat here, by the way. Like, because it's in the water, they can build a boat. Mind you,
it's behind some some earth as well. So
yeah, so that's going to be quite the shot to make.
I hope they rescue it.
I mean, they totally can. I don't know why they're not trying.
Why aren't they?
I don't know. I guess
maybe they don't know they can salvage it.
Yeah, that's interesting. That is one of the interesting bits about this map. There's a few maps that do this, where if your core falls from its previous position, it just lands in the water and you can turn it into a boat. Which is incredibly fun and cool to do, and not something you generally have the option to do, because the enemy team will just kind of blow you up. Okay, the core is rotating and they need to protect it.
Okay.
I think I figured out why they're not. I think they don't know that you can rotate your fort, the boat fort, uncapsize it by
building on it.
They tried to use the cannon recoil to fix it, and they almost did. But
I really wish somebody should just give them a nudge saying, "Hey, you've got
oh no." I can't. I can't. That's too good. Like, come on. Do it.
Come on, guys.
Yeah, they're totally trying to use the recoil to right side it. Just builds. You could do it. Oh, there they go.
They figured it out.
They may have overcompensated a little bit. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, that's that might do it. Oh, they'll get it sooner or later. Hey, there it is. They'll get it. I mean, they can't even use the cannon in that position. Like, it's never going to be useful without a portal. All right, they righted it. There they go.
Yeah, build a whole boat. Go for it.
Oh, okay. Here comes death.
Here comes. Yeah, that's got to be it for sure.
All right. So, unfortunately, their last remaining boat doesn't have any economy whatsoever.
The reactor is going to give them
their base income, which is plus 4 metal and a
shot.
Well, not anymore. It's not.
That was a great shot.
That was a very good shot. Just turning that rocket around the corner. They need to. All right, so the core is technically exposed to the water because it's not surrounded by wood, and therefore it melts.
Yeah.
The core is melts in the water, by the way. So you never leave them exposed to the water.
Yeah. It's all happening. Oh. Okay, that was interesting.
That would never get old.
Let's see here. So basically, the usual suspects have gone on to the next round.
Yes. Everyone we expected to win has won, and they will be staying in the upper brackets. Of course, this is a double elimination, so
correct.
Everyone still has at least 1 life left as we go on to the lower bracket.
Yeah.
Next up, it looks like it will be Team Teapots versus Zavadovi.
Yep.
Oh my. And on this map?
Yep. Bit of visual drama.
Yes. Alright then. Zavadovi. Wait, are we doing... Oh no, this is Upgrade Sante versus Hansala. Okay.
Oh, I see. Yeah, we're staying.
You're doing it out of order.
Well, it's the order as defined by Challenger mode, I suppose.
Challenger mode says match 9 is next. Match 9 is Teapots versus Zavadovi.
Yeah,
but
no, it's...
it doesn't matter. It truly doesn't matter. He's deciding because CM's orders an idea. That's fair enough. Like it.
Yeah.
It really doesn't matter for this.
Match 6 is what this is. Yeah. So I guess we'll probably make sense. We'll be coming back to the lower rounds after the next 2 matches, which are the upper rounds.
Yes.
Yeah. I'd rather jump and chain brag. Okay, so 42's calling it.
And we're off.
Actually, good time to do a shout out to 42, who's been so busy organizing all these tournaments for us.
Yes.
He's always doing a great job. He's actually an official member of our team now, which is really nice.
So I saw the announcement. Congratulations to 42 scientists joining the FORTS community. Oh, God, the co-op. Why? This is going to be the plague. Yes. You know, at least it's known about and can be fixed. It's really not that big a deal.
Just in this situation.
Yes, it's just it's mildly annoying. Is what it is.
So what were we saying about our friend 42?
we were praising 42 for being good at being 42 scientist and helping everything and putting all this stuff together because cat herding is hard and we appreciate 42 for doing it.
That's right. Yeah, no, he's awesome. He's been a member of the community for ages, and it's nice to have him as a official member of the team.
Yes. All right. Well, And we're off to the next round. As here we have on the left-hand side, it is Team Han Sala here in the lower bracket. This is the elimination match. 20 minutes on the clock, and winner takes all. The victor of this match will move on, and the defeated, the destroyed, will be eliminated from this tournament. As this is the lower bracket, both teams have already lost one of their lives in this double elimination format. So they were fighting for their chance to continue on in this competition, as Rich Featherman and Guacamole of Team Han Sala are playing as the Warthog Commander. Warthog Commander, notorious for its empowered heavy weapons. We typically see a lot of cannons and lasers when dealing with the Warthog Commander, because during the active ability, those two tools become extra powerful. They become empowered, dealing counterintuitively grossly large amounts of damage. And it's just good. It's popular for that reason. Like, it's just a good time all around. Does a lot of damage, can't go wrong with it. And they intend to field that damage ascended directly at their opponent's Team Upgrad. Team Upgrad playing as the Buster Commander. Similar theme to Warthog, gets empowered cannons specifically during their commander's active ability. But instead of being just generally empowered, instead they become incendiary and gain some extra damage penetration. So they'll be able to penetrate deep and ignite everything along the way, while not being quite as large and quite as upfront in their devastation. The Buster Commander does this kind of unstoppable damage, because even if you put a whole lot of metal in front of it, it's just gonna do the AP sniper thing of go clean through it and then ignite everything along the way, which is incredibly difficult to handle. Now, I do want to point out that there's a couple unusual things about this map. One, the boats are huge. Like, look at this chonker of a boat. Two, there's 2 cores. And an interesting thing about this map, about these boats as they are, the cores are far enough apart that if one explodes, the other doesn't go with it, at least not directly. Mind you, the explosion of the core tends to be large enough that it can destabilize the structure of the entire boat. You can get capsizing and stuff, but the second core will not directly explode due to the explosion of the first. So losing one core is not the end of it all. However, it usually, if you lose a core, it's usually because something terrible has happened, and if something that bad has happened, the chances of your second core being safe from whatever cannon rounds you're incoming, probably not, ever. But it isn't possible, and it is something that the teams have to plan for. Now, in terms of strategy, Team Han Sala is going with the aircraft strategy, with a side of deck gun, which is what I usually expect from teams going for the aircraft strategy. Because the aircraft is not particularly expensive, it's more of a time investment than a resource investment, you do have the opportunity to expend your resources on other weapons, such as deck guns. That's exactly what we're seeing here. Team Upgrad doing the exact same thing, except they're actually investing fairly heavily. I'm going to say investing primarily into deck guns and just casually getting aircraft along the way. Though I do want to point out, Team Upgrad does have the upgraded aircraft production facility, so they will be producing 2 aircraft at a time, which is yeah, it looks like both teams actually have the upgrade. So we're going to see a heavier investment out of Team Han Sala into the aircraft, and a heavier investment in deck guns at Team Upgrad, but both of which investing heavily into aircraft. And there we go.
Oh.
Not quite enough to break them, but here comes a deck gun. It's not enough. See, this is why the whole carefully firing and trying to bait AA thing doesn't work. The AA fired and came off cooldown 3 times.
Yeah.
in that. So just fire everything to minimize the amount of AA, and then you just punch through with raw firepower.
Right. Yep.
The strategy that seems to work best is not try to bait AA with your warthogs. You just overwhelm them with a sheer amount of warthogs and slam into them with a fist of warthog.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the winning strat. Players are trying to get cheeky with it, and it's costing them their warthogs. Eaton got cheeky with it, and it worked.
Yeah. Yep.
You are not Eaton.
Upgrade Sante, their logo is what? Like an upgrade center on a truck?
It looks
I'm
like...
what does
So,
Sante mean?
Sante, if I understand, is like medic or health. Like medic or healing or doctor or something along the lines.
Okay. Yep.
So I'm pretty certain that's an upgrade center on the back of an ambulance.
Yep. Fair enough.
It's like Sante or Sene in German.
I like it. I don't know if you remember this map in the background
In
the
campaign, yes,
in the
everyone
campaign.
remembers that one.
Yep. And something comes out of the volcano on a semi-regular basis.
Yes, it does. That's a tier 3.
Oh yeah.
Oh look, it's
Speaking
a
of
classic
tier
tier
threes.
3. That's something I both half expected to see regular use of and expected to see none of in this tournament. And I didn't know which would be which. The thing about tier 3s is, due to the way that the economy works in boats, tier 3s are nearly unstoppable and deal incredible amounts of damage.
Oh, this is
A swing and a miss is
Commander.
what this is.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if
Oh, hey, there we go.
There we go. Oh, geez, that's gonna be massive.
Yeah.
Yep. That's the end
Well,
of
the
that.
second core survived for a moment,
Oh.
for whatever that's worth. Oh, the tier 3.
That's amazing. Gotta love the physics. Oh, look at this counter.
The final
Oh.
defiant shot of the tier 3 coming back to haunt them.
Oh, geez. That was a good shot.
It was a very good shot. Oh no.
Sizzling reactors.
And there you have it, Upgrad Sonce. Coming in with an entire American Air Force worth of warthogs. Destroying a core with some delicious overkill.
I wonder if this will.
Nah, unless they... Oh wait, they might have enough.
the-
There it is.
Yep. Nice counter. Oh. 2 cores.
And unfortunately for Team Upgrad, every actual weapon they had was in that rear fort.
Yeah. These guys have fire beams.
So it's down to support weapons now versus
Yeah.
the Air
Aircraft.
Force.
Yeah. It's a bit one-sided.
Sanitate in German? Yes. So this does leave an interesting bit. Upgrad Sante, I think, has... I mean, they just have more here? Do they have? Is that true? Like, they've got better eco. They've got better defenses, for sure. But they don't have as damage output weapons. So they're
No.
trying to, at this point, use their fire beams and use their harassment and suppression weapons to delay Han Sala while they get their
Yep.
own...
Yeah, and I mean, if they take out that runway, don't know if they will though.
It'd be very difficult to, but they're making an attempt. I mean, Han Sala here, without their rear ship, they're getting bullied. They're definitely getting bullied. But they can just kind of fire their Air Force again, whereas Team Upgrade Sante can't do that.
There's a bit of flashing going on Upgrade Sante as well, so a shift in weight or structure might snap those.
Yes, however, they do have their stability tech in place, so I'm not too concerned about that.
Oh, that was a bad shot.
That was definitely just intended to bait AA or check to see the status of things. They certainly found out that AA exists. Oh, jeez. You know, honestly, against builds like this, Tier 3s are unironically powerful. Very powerful. Especially against builds like this. And I'm both surprised and not surprised that we don't see them. Oh, it hurts so much. Team Upgrade, what have you done? Oh, there's that snap you were you were mentioning.
Something shifted.
Oh yeah, it did.
Oh, these guys, I don't know.
Kaboom. Alright.
Huh.
Well, both teams have expanded their air force.
Yep.
And with it, there's not a whole lot left to worry about. Really, both teams were relying entirely on their air force to solve the problem for them. And while it did damage, they kind of mitigated each other quite heavily. Alright, what is... Okay. That's a okay. This is, I don't know what I expected. I didn't expect that. That's for sure. The fire beams are about completely shut down at this point. There's just nothing going on with those. There's energy shields everywhere, there's metal everywhere. Sure, Hansala has taken substantial damage on their cores, down to a total of 89% spread between the last two cores. But Upgrade Sonsei has not taken any damage on the remaining cores at all. And their fort is thick, like dummy thick, with an entire 2 beaches worth of sandbags around. They've got more aircraft in production. They've got cannons in production. Is that cannons plural? I think there's just one cannon, not cannons plural. They probably want cannons plural, but haven't quite afforded that yet. Their defense budget isn't quite so high.
Oh.
Wow. Alright. Talk about overpenetration by Kamikaze. Never think I'd see that one. And again.
Again.
Okay. Ooh.
Oh, that was a good shot.
Yeah, there's that cannon.
Mm.
Empowered with incendiary and penetration, just cuts real deep. That's the kind of unavoidable damage that Upgrade Sonsei is looking to utilize.
That hurt the core.
It did. One of the Hansala's lower cores down to 27%, which is not much percent. The double snipers. Well, that internal energy shield causing problems to their forward runway, as it's reflecting the fire beam into it a second time. Don't think I've ever seen that before.
How's the aggressively placed laser tech building?
I mean, it's intact, which is a surprise to me given the context, but there it is. I mean, where else are you going to put it in this place? This place is a disaster. Oh boy. Oh boy. They're trimming their ship a bit.
Yeah.
Trying to give them the angle to fire those aircraft, launch them up and above.
Yep.
To avoid this situation exactly. There it is. All right.
Yep.
Target has been painted.
And
It's
nothing to
time.
defend it. Yeah, this might be it. Oh, with the yeah.
Death.
Yeah.
Destruction. Via the Air Force.
Satisfying.
Well done. Team Upgrad victorious in this match, knocking their opponents out of the round. Han Solo has been eliminated from this competition. Very, very well done and well played. Big shout out to Cavs coming in and showing support. Inverted fort ships, subships. Hey, we get some love in chat for Cavs coming in with that support. Thank you, thank you. Their defense budget may not be high, but their tech sure is. Oh no. Alright, so next up we should have Team Teapots versus Zavadove. Coming up here in a moment.
Windswept. Cool.
Alright, match is made. Teams are ready, so we'll be starting up in a moment.
Yep, we're on co-op. Just need Naomi to ready up. There we go.
Time's up. Let's do this as we go into the next round. And we're off. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the rainstorm. As here we have on the left-hand side is Team Zavadove, the Polish team, getting themselves set up with the Warthog Commander. Warthog Commander, very well known for its heavy weapons and immense firepower. We could expect to see some cannons and some cannon-to-clock style timings around these parts, as they're facing off against their opponent's Team Teapots. Teapots playing as the Warthog Commander. Warthog Commander known for its build speed and ammo production capabilities. A very popular commander when utilizing the aircraft strategies. I am curious to see how this match will work out, given the information we know so far. On this particular map, you may notice the boats start off a bit small by comparison to the other maps. It's a bit more something along the lines of a vanilla level of info. Or vanilla level of resources. Which means that we're going to have a little bit slower of an early game with potential openers for some early game harassment. Won't be seeing that phase necessarily skipped. Although, given the commander selection, I definitely suspect there's not going to be much in the way of any kind of cheese going around here.
And we have some of our sort of multi-tiered water going on here on this one, which is always an interesting thing to look at conceptually.
Yes, yes, it is. It is certainly. It feels weird, but game mechanically, it's very satisfying.
Yeah, that's a good point, 42. It's the currents coming from the deep pushing up through those fissures.
It's rain, you're sure. It's just a temporary puddle,
Okay.
which we built
Yeah.
a very long and permanent nuclear nuclear boat in.
Yeah, those,
Speak-
the propellers aren't really going to get you anywhere.
Oh no. Oh gosh. Speaking of forts, this map does feature expansions. The boat forts can actually extend themselves up and physically connect to the land, where they can get access to some land-based technologies such as mines and wind turbines. And in doing so, they will attach themselves to the land, root them in place, and give them the ability to really stabilize their boat in case the player is looking to go for things like lasers. Although, unsurprisingly, given the Warthog choice for Team Zabadove, we see cannons. We see cannons. We are going to pause for a moment because it looks like the player having some lag. They disconnected, and they are now reconnected. So we'll give that a moment.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And we're back. All right. One of the joys. I will say this. When you guys first implemented that feature, it was... that's just one of the best features ever. It's just... 'cause there's always these connectivity issues. You know, it's still a peer-to-peer game. Some things gotta happen somewhere. Just the ability to rejoin is so good.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a credit to B-Man with his, diligent, never-ending quest to fix all the desyncs and connection issues. And there has been a lot of them.
Yes.
A lot of fixes, that is, over the years. And, yeah, and now it's pretty solid. I know you and I have been casting tournaments and had a few train wrecks in the past, with stuff like that. But, B-Man just was diligent and persevered and fixed these issues. So, yeah, now we can... It's just minor annoyance now when somebody disconnects and they can reconnect and resume where they were. You can imagine what's going on in coding land to make that all happen smoothly.
Oh, I can imagine, and I'd prefer not to. Oh, jeez. Well, it looks like Canada Clock has come, and with it, Team Zabadove hasn't really built much in the way of AA, and Team Teapot knows it. So they're going to be sending their aircraft to do a bit of an airstrike. Not a whole lot of damage with that airstrike, coming in at about the 5-minute mark rather than the typical 8-minute-ish. It's not perfectly well refined, but 8-minute-ish timing where you get lethal amounts of damage from an airstrike. They're gonna do some work, but it's not gonna break anything, whereas Team Zabadove is responding with empowered cannons and is causing some serious deformation to Team Teapot's forward base. Yeah, that's chunky. That's real chunky. Team Teapots is kinda sorta retaliating in kind. They have their own cannon available. Of course, focusing more on the aircraft than on the cannon. They do have a cannon, but it's not their primary weapon, as it were. Unfortunately, their primary weapon is currently reconstructing ammo. As here comes a cannon shot out of Team Teapots. Does it do anything critical? No. but it does deal some damage, which is more than they would otherwise have. Team Teapot's using that incendiary mortar to try to bait AA and check the status of things. Looks like they're finding out pretty hard that there's notable amounts of AA on the field, as Zavadovi's cannons are actually getting really deep and dealing critical damage to Teapot's forwardmost boat, down to 45% remaining. Team Teapots cannot take this kind of damage for substantially longer amounts of time. I mean, Teapots, they're firing a cannon, but they need the additional time to reconstruct all those aircraft. And Team Zavadovi, with their empowered cannons, are not having it. The aircraft just getting shot down out of the sky. Looks like it may be enough. Oh.
Yeah.
There it is.
Exposed core. Oh.
Team Zavadovi loses one of their cannons in the forwardmost fort. Their cannon almost with the finish.
Yeah, that was defensive swarm missiles.
You're telling me that cannon would have finished off the core with the forward core down to 5%. Even the tiniest of splash damage can finish this off. There's really not much in the way of HP left on Zavadovi's forward fort. Unfortunately, Zavadovi did lose their cannon in the forward fort, which means that there's that much less damage output available for them. Mind you, their rear fort now has 2 cannons, which is not a lot of cannon, but it is enough cannon to deal some good damage. And they're trying to aim for the rear base, and succeeding. Kind of. A little bit of over-penetration, hitting somewhere where it didn't necessarily need to. But of course, Team Teapots, as they're relying on the aircraft, simply have to wait to reconstruct, refuel, and rearm before they can actually get any damage done and return in kind. Oh boy. If the second cannon hits that same position, Team Teapots may be in trouble. It did not.
Did not. I like how they've built a deck gun on land over there.
Yes. I'm kind of surprised to see it be a deck gun rather than another cannon, because the only weapon that goes better with cannons than cannons is more cannons.
Oh.
As this may just be it, yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely it.
There we have it. Not a full death fleet, but just a precision strike. Sending those cluster munitions all over Zavadovi's lower forts, and with it goes the swarm missiles and all eco available to them. Oh. Clean through the defenses of Team Teapot. Yeah. That cannon does 9% damage to the rear base. Another overpen. Taking out a piece of anti-air along the way, but not doing enough to really break... Oh, no.
Oh, shot.
They didn't double door. No. Team Zavadovi did not double door their cannons, and with it, it cost them everything. Losing every single weapon. It looks like Team Zavadovi is conceding and surrendering.
Yeah.
And there it goes. Team Teapots is victorious, knocking Team Zavadovi out of this tournament. Well done, well done.
Mm-hmm. Well played.
All right. Do you want to say shout out to Kalijah coming in with the everything is on fire? Everything is always on fire. Has a question from chat. Any plans to allow the boats to actually move?
There are some maps where they can move. That although you use your weapons to propel you. Yeah, I'm sure you can imagine the map I'm thinking of with the whirlpool in the middle of it.
Oh yes. That one, I like that map because it's fun.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. But obviously, it adds total chaos in the concept of multiplayer, and we don't have ships colliding with each other, which would then, if we did, that would be chaotic as well. So yeah, they don't purposely move, but they do drift, and I think even in the campaign we do a little bit of the cheating of position, so to speak, shifting things a little bit. Actually, no, there's a couple ones there where your ship actually moves, now I think of it, where you got to
escape the giant ship-eating ship. Yes.
Yeah.
That's a good one. But yes, to my knowledge, there isn't anything significant around moving boats. Like, it's possible, it's just not particularly
Useful.
Commonplace. Yeah. It's like, but why though? As fun as it's doable, but people just aren't super into it. It's a good way to describe it. Also, shout out to Crazy Moose coming in and rejoining the Incursion for 30 months. Now that's a long time. Congratulations, you've regained access to all the beautiful emotes here on the channel, as well as the special access role on Discord, but you knew that already. It says, it's the cruiser from the end of the second-hand Lions. Not everyone to get that, but you're sure someone is laughing. Hello. One and all. Is Crazy Moose coming in again? Now we need submarine forts. Oh no. That's what flying forts are for, but underwater. As we're getting set up for the next match.
See. Bit of cat herding going on.
Yes. Think he's in ranked.
Okay.
What is it with the tournament competitors and starting ranked matches 5 minutes before their...
Okay, he's back.
It's fine. It's fine. Everyone's here.
Yep.
All right.
Co-op mode. Everybody... Oh, just ready up, everybody. Yep.
Okay. Rip the Polish team. Oh no.
Yeah.
I'm sad about the Polish team. As someone whose family is Polish, I have a soft spot for Polish.
Makes sense.
So I like having the opportunity to pronounce Polish things.
No, it sounded pretty legit to me.
I was
going
gonna say I doubt that highly, because one thing I've learned from my family, Polish words are unpronounceable.
Yeah, right.
Especially if you're trying to read them. But you know what? I will try it. It's not going to stop me from trying.
And we're on everybody's favorite map.
Hillboat. Yeah. Oh god. The map with the smallest boats and the most indestructible terrain. It's... Well, this is what they gotta deal with now. Yeah. I think we know what everyone's gonna do here, and it rhymes with planes. It's planes. Good lord.
It's very plain to see.
Oh god, it's...
Thank you. Thank you.
You're so incorrigible.
Once a dad, always a dad.
It doesn't stop. My god. Alright. So here we have on the left-hand side, we have the first half of this prestige match. It's Team Green Leaf Vicro and Dranistian playing as the Pinch Fist commander. They're looking to rush. They're looking to go quick. They're looking to speed their way to victory. They're playing against their opponent's team Incursus equals bar. Eaton and Cloud are playing as the Hurricane commander. With that bonus build speed, it's got to be planes. They're going for planes. I'm calling it now. The only question is who does it first and who does it better. Oh no. No, not like this. You're not going to play this one. Oh, they're not going planes.
What are they going to do?
They're going to fight fire with fire. At least this is a well-practiced cheese, it would seem.
Okay.
But they've revealed that they're going mass mortar. And their opponents are reacting. This is going to be an APM fight where they throw actions at each other, and it just turns into a scrap. Who clicks faster?
Yep.
This is exactly the fight that Eaton loves to have 100% of the time. This is just fun for Eaton here. Like, he's like, oh no, you're doing this? I'm so happy you're playing this right now. This is everything I could have possibly hoped for. And I'm all here for it as Team Greenleaf is using what is my favorite strategy. It is the mass mortar madness. And Team Incursus equals bar is on the defensive, appropriately going for mass machine gunners and getting a tower sniper. They try to reach down and touch those mortars, but there's a giant hill in the middle, which prevents direct fire from things like the sniper. If they could get that sniper a little bit higher, they might be able to get a shot.
Ooh, almost.
But it's not quite there just yet.
Yeah.
So far, the mortars have been near completely shut down by the AA and just the line of machine gunners out of Team Bar on the right side. And they're doing pretty well with it. Oh boy.
Yep.
There's the thing. Once one mortar makes it through and takes out a machine gunner, that's one fewer machine gunner, which means every other mortar beyond that has a better opportunity, a better chance to make it through. And that's how it spirals. It starts off with one getting through, and then the others start to get through, and then it just gets worse from there. The question I have is, how will Greenleaf move on from this? As much as the mortars are kinda sorta doing things, they're not doing enough. More importantly, Team Bar isn't having to spend enough on rebuilding that it prevents them from continuing to proceed in their build order. Meaning Team Bar will be able to get weapons out. They'll be able to get planes out, as it seems they are trying to do.
Yes.
And Team Greenleaf's mortars aren't stopping them. So eventually, Team Bar will just kind of sort of win. And that's what's going to happen. So in an effort to stop that, Team Greenleaf needs to be either ramping up the mortars to get even more mortars, or they need to get a follow-up weapon of their own, something like cannons.
Yep. There's a lull here, so...
Of course, Team Bar says, you dare mortar against us, we will mortar you back.
Yeah,
which is
there's no AA on the other side.
Yep. This is a very Eaton thing to do.
Yeah.
This is about as stereotype Eaton as it gets. I love it. Makes me happy. Yep,
And
there it is.
There we go.
Incendiary
mortars. Oh,
yep.
And one of these. Nice.
And
that's got to be it, right?
Surely, yep.
Oh.
I like how the incendiary mortars didn't actually do anything, but they were just there. It's like, hey, you dare mortar us? No, no, no. We are the ones who mortar. And then blew them up.
The irony.
Good lord. I love to see this strategy. I saw just because I know how these players work. I saw that one coming the moment the mortars went down.
Oh, yeah.
I love to see it anyways because it's still my favorite strategy. That was good. I liked that one. I liked that match a lot.
Yeah.
As decidedly one-sided as it was pristine in all the ways. It was just like perfect chess match. All the steps were planned out from the start, and I could just see it all happening right there. And they did it. That was good. As we get set up for this next match. Remember, these are the upper bracket matches. So players who lose these matches, they lose a life, but are not eliminated. They simply move on down to the lower bracket where they have an opportunity to do so again. A big shout out to Crazy Moose coming in with the Everything is on Fire. Incursus, you're correct. They're launching flaming kamikaze fighters. Yes. Oh no.
So who do we have next here? We've got is it Beyond All Reason versus Commando?
Beyond All Reason versus Beyond All Reason, yes. Those are the teams.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. Sun and oil. I like that map.
I think they want you to play. They want you to play Beyond All Reason. I get the hint.
What gave it away? All right.
Yeah. Wheel mod on a water map.
That would work super. You know, I have no idea how that would work. It may actually.
Yeah, I don't know if they've made it react with the water or not. That would be.
It'd probably just crash the moment it touched the water. All right.
Just need Alex to ready up.
Okay, the players will be readying up momentarily, and then we'll be jumping into the next match.
There we go.
There it is. And we're off. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this totally not a mirror match where we have on the left-hand side team Beyond All Reason. Alex and Helicopter, players you know, players you love, playing as the Overdrive Commander. Overdrive Commander, as we have seen, is quite popular with the strategy of, well, going for mass aircraft. Because the overdrive commander lets you get out not only additional income, but faster upgrades on the runway. With the runway production able to get even more aircraft on the field faster, it means you can get more eco and more aircraft sooner than later, getting that massive damage done potentially even faster than the 8-minute mark. And just end the game outright, or at least destroy a boat. Take it entirely down with a single airstrike. And these players, they're playing against their opponent's Team Commando Bar. It is Team Bar versus Team Bar. But this time, Team Bar is playing as the Hurricane Commander. Hurricane Commander, another popular commander for anything ammo related, such as the aircraft. The reason for that is they gain additional build speed across the board, including for things such as the aircraft.
Is their logo... I'm trying to figure out what their logo is.
Their logo is a fort, a boat fort, with beyond all reason units around it.
Yeah, right. Okay, that makes sense.
This is what it is. Okay. So at the moment, it looks like all teams are just... Actually, Team Commando Bar is looking to be a little aggressive. This is a strategy we've seen used on this map a fair few times. Because this map starts with a few aircraft, you can entirely, like the 2.5-minute mark, just launch them at your opponent and deal damage. It seems that Team Beyond All Reason on the left was prepared for that exactly, and does not intend on repaying the favor, but instead utilizing the initial boats to increase their eventual armada as they blacken the skies with their own aircraft. But both teams are also going for secondary weapons. We do see some deck guns for the team on the left, whereas the team on the right's going for standard cannons. Of course, these weapons are not the primary expenditure of resources, but with it, they will be able to apply some manner of pressure to their opponents, potentially catch them off guard, or just deal damage and slow them down.
What do you think of that strategy of using those planes early on?
It's something I tend to do a lot. This isn't the only map that comes with planes already stationed on it.
Yep.
And the reason I like it is a vast majority of the time people just don't utilize them. They aren't expecting planes at the 2.5-minute mark, because why would you? And so it can get some real damage done. It's very rare that it destroys the core. It's possible if the opponents don't cover the core at all. It's possible, but it's very rare. It's a strategy that tends to not work particularly well against better players, as better players will see it coming and defend against it.
Yeah.
Just because of the opportunity for it to happen.
Ooh.
And so it's not something we see commonly, but it does happen. And yes, we do see a portal tier 3 coming out of the right side team here. Oh boy. They're making it through.
Yeah. Oh, that's a lot of misses.
It's a lots of misses. And They launched all those and barely even hit their opponents, like, at all. And in that, the Tier 3 managed to land a hit on the rear core of the left team. Now, this is something that I wanted to mention before. Tier 3s against boats are just incredibly good. Like, better than they are against non-boat forts. And the reason for that is, mechanically, the energy production facilities, specifically the smokestack devices, have to be exposed to the air. They can't be covered from the top like turbines are. Which means Tier 3s can always hit them. Which means there's a vulnerable spot on the boat, period, from the air.
Ooh, just like that.
Exactly like that.
Well timed.
Yes. This is a perfect example. Now, because there's secondary things, Tier 3s are also like a anti-meta, like a counter-meta pick. Because Tier 3s are good at hitting these exposed and vulnerable locations, they're also good at hitting the locations where the ammo is stockpiled. Meaning you can cause an ammo explosion very, very easily with a Tier 3.
Yep.
It just makes it quite the strong weapon, like an unironically strong weapon and a reasonable first choice for weapon choices, for weapon selection, when dealing with high seas and boat forts.
There's definitely, a reason why we made the planes, the jets, when as ammunition in your ship. Like obviously they can cause a great deal of damage when they're on offense, but they're also a liability to have stored in your boat.
Yes.
Because they are very explosive.
Yes, they are. And it's something that things like the Tier 3 prey upon. Yeah, sure, Tier 3s are just comically inconsistent and not really good at dealing damage. But when they land that critical hit against boats, that critical hit is often just game ending.
Yep.
Which is... it makes them an actual threat, whereas in these standard forts, they're not so much an actual threat. So we have another Tier 3, which I assume is targeting the rear fort once again.
Gazavs is saying that his wheel mod does in fact work with water.
Oh, that's funny. Give them the Jesus treatment. They just float above the... they just roll over the water. Uh-oh. The airstrike.
Oh, yeah.
And there... the entire rear component of the red team's rear fort is just gone. With it, the Tier 3 goes, as well as the eco, the technology, and any aircraft that were set up in that position. Set up in that location. That was a lot of damage. Getting that reload speed increase for the right side team. Left side team getting a bit of an eco boost out of their own. Both teams activating their commander abilities. I'm noticing that Team Beyond All Reason on the left just floated that entire time during their activation, which is not usually how you want that to go. But they will be reconstructing their aircraft. Time being. Uh-oh. That's not much AA coming out of red team here. Oh, the shotgun saves them. Okay.
Oh, that went deep, though. That went straight in there.
Yeah, if that shotgun didn't clear out those two shots, all three of those would have landed in that spot, and that would have been bad. That would have been very bad. Okay. I think red team here is relying entirely on their aircraft to get damage done, and they just don't have enough aircraft to do that. They actually don't have aircraft in production. I think they're still reeling from that airstrike they sustained and just haven't quite gotten their boat back together.
Yeah.
And because of it, they also aren't reconstructing. They also aren't reconstructing their aircraft, which is a mistake. Time is not on their side, and they need to be continuing on with that. Mind you, these cannons are doing pretty good damage.
They are. I mean, I suppose they're focusing on rebuilding their economy.
That they most certainly are, yes. There's no reason they can't do both.
True. There is two of them.
Okay. Blue team here on the left, again, utilizing their commander ability to give them some extra resources. Oof. Oh boy.
Now, where are these aimed? Oh, this one now. Oh,
This is going to be bad.
yeah. I think one.
The energy shield saves them.
Oh, just.
Oh, it's not
maybe
enough.
not. I don't think so. No.
Just a few too many aircraft, and with it, red team loses their forward boat. Mind you, their forward boat wasn't their primary. I guess it was their runway, but they could rebuild the runway pretty much anywhere. Their ammo storage was still on the rear boat.
Oh,
If they can rebuild that runway, they can get a launch out of themselves. Oh no. The internal explosions are too much. They lose a cannon.
yep.
Well, that's not good. That's not good at all. At least, not for red team. Blue team over here is having a great day. Have 3 cannons in production simultaneously, so we see how this is going. They sense blood in the water, and they're gonna chase it down. Single cannon shell to retort. Oh no.
I think I want to see a shark mod.
Shark mod. A
Yeah,
beautiful
they just come and
shotgun.
nibble on the bottom of your ship, you know.
That sounds like the most. That sounds like the perfect level of obnoxious.
Oh yeah. And we can imagine the music when it's launched.
It's like no,
No,
not again.
And then just nibbling sounds.
Oh god. Just a single strut of wood on the bottom of your fort just disappears. Just gone.
Yeah.
Shout out to Beyond All Reason here on the left side. Helicopter and Alex have managed to keep they've managed to protect their flag this entire match. Their rear fort still has the flag intact. Despite it all.
For a tighter pattern. Good defense.
Oh, that was almost a door snipe. Oh boy. Red team just suffered catastrophic damage, losing about 2/3 of their propellers and their metal production. Yeah, they're selling off all the airplanes now, all the ammo now, to regain enough to bootstrap their eco again. Yeah, they're straight selling pretty much everything to bootstrap their eco again. They're selling off doors. They might have to sell these cannons. It's real rough for them right now. Yeah, there goes the cannon as well. That should give them enough to bootstrap, but they have bigger problems, and it looks like an Air Force.
Yeah. Yeah. I think. think the core is just going to lay down here for a while.
You know, it's still got a beach. It's gonna sit there. It's gonna relax.
Yeah.
Oh no, I see what they're doing here. They're gonna go for a ride.
Oh, go for it.
Oh,
so
not quite.
Shot.
Oh, jeez. There we have it. Team Beyond All Reason moving on, knocking Team Commando onto the lower bracket. Very well done. Very well done. That was a good match. Okay. So next up, we'll be dropping to the lower bracket quarterfinals.
Of course, chat upgrades the shark idea, and somebody saying sharks with lasers on their head.
Oh, of course. How long until we get a shark tornado?
That's so unrealistic.
All right. The players are in the lobby. They'll be starting off here momentarily.
Here we are. We're all ready.
And we're off. All right. It has begun already. Oh, we're going to see a connection this early. Why are you like this?
Interesting.
All right, so this is something we haven't seen yet. Mostly because I've not seen any real advantage doing this. But here we have on the left-hand side, Team Greenleaf has already connected their forts. We now have a boat fort connected to a standing fort. And we'll see what they do with that strat. Get smokestacks on land? Oh yes, they do! Because they connected, they gain access to the technology. Now they get smokestacks on land, which is just stupidly powerful. Okay.
That's interesting.
I did not consider that. I forgot about that actually. That makes it worth it, like 100% of the time and by a lot.
Yeah,
Okay.
right.
The only sad thing I see about this is they can't keep doing that because they undid the umbilical cord. Okay, well, now we have that done. Team Greenleaf, I should note that they are the Warthog commanders, so we could expect to see some fairly substantial heavy weapon investment out of them, as they'll be facing off against their opponents, Team Teapots. Team Teapots, some of the newer players to the competitive scene. We do expect to see them going for... I don't know what to expect to see them going for, actually. They are playing as the Hurricane Commander. Hurricane Commander, as we have seen, extremely popular for the aircraft style strategies. Potentially we'll see an aircraft strategy out of Team Teapots here. Interesting note, Team Greenleaf is going for every tech. They will have every tech available to them. This map doesn't have crazy economy, so going for every tech definitely will slow them down fairly substantially. However, Team Teapots is not doing that. They're going for straight for cannons, which, you know what? Fair enough. Unsurprisingly, Team Greenleaf is going for the space laser launcher in the lower fort. Because lower fort, you know what? It's just great for the space laser launcher. It's just good at it. It solves problems. It's very hard to defeat the space laser launcher from the lower fort. And they are going to be doing exactly that. Space laser, as we saw last time on this map, pretty much single-handedly wiped out 1.5 forts. So, very good at what it does.
And it looks cool, too.
And it looks cool. The most important part. It looks cool. Oh, no. No. What have you done? That's not a space laser.
What'd they do? Oh, is it deck gun?
That's a deck gun.
Shame.
I think they pressed the upgrade button. Did they do that on purpose? I think they did it on purpose because they placed a cannon directly above it. Okay, I think they did actually do that on purpose.
Okay.
They placed a cannon directly above it, and they've got fire beam, plasma beam combo from the upper fort. So I'm pretty certain that was indeed on purpose. It's just such a good place. Like, I get it's the obvious place to put a space laser launcher, but it's such a good place to put it. It's like, just because it's the obvious thing doesn't mean it's a bad thing. So I am curious to see how that works out. Deck guns obviously still good. We've seen them. You know them. You love them. They're good at what they do. Cannon follow-up, always a good time. Can't go wrong with the cannon follow-up for anything. Fire beam, plasma beam combo from top. Love to see it. Team Teapots, however, is ready to fire their cannon. A little bit further ahead in the tech and generally progression due to, well, them not getting multiple sets of technology and also them being Hurricane. Mind you, they haven't really taken advantage of that. They haven't started firing their cannons despite it being past cannon o'clock. They may give Greenleaf the opportunity to fire their weapons first, which would 100% be a mistake. Oh boy. We did find the aircraft launcher, by the way. Yeah. No aircraft on the field, by the way. So that's a decision.
Wow, that was good.
But here we go.
Shotgun shot.
Very good shotgun shot, just clearing AA left and right. Cannon shell straight to the core. Team Teapot's taking a hit. Fire beam, plasma beam, and they're gone.
Yeah.
Without firing a shot, despite Team Teapot's having the heavy weapons rush advantage and getting weapons out first, they go down first, waiting for some reason I do not understand. Team Greenleaf got their attack together and just dove deep, straight to the face. Team Teapots loses one of their cores. Looks like Greenleaf is just turning all of their firepower into the last remaining Teapot's base, which only has no technology and a single swarm missile launcher. It's going to be another 4 or 5 minutes before they can get meaningful amounts of anything on the field. And Team Greenleaf is currently expanding their arsenal, while also having multiple forms of lethal amounts of firepower on the field. And they just sniped out the swarm missile launcher, leaving Team Teapots with actually 0 weapons with which to fight back. That just feels bad.
Yeah. A little bit one-sided, I'd say.
A little bit one-sided, for sure. Remember we were talking about we love seeing newer players in the competitive scene. This is exactly the kind of experience that we get to see them have, which, while it does feel bad to watch happen, it feels better to watch them come back next time and perform even better.
Yep.
Because that's what they do. And that's how we get more players, and it's a good time all around. Shout out to Team Teapots coming in, showing off, and actually making it to the semifinals. Sorry, this is the quarterfinals, actually.
Yes.
The quarterfinals
that's good, though.
in lower bracket. Well done, well done. All right, then. So Team Teapots getting knocked out at the quarterfinals. Team Greenleaf moving on to the semifinals in lower bracket. Next up, we will have Commando Bar versus Upgrad Sonte. 42 scientists. I am saying that mostly correct. Quick question: am I? Is from 0 to 10? How's my pronunciation? Do I need more throat noise in the R? All right.
Throat noise.
Doing good mostly. Thank you. I try sometimes.
The key word there is mostly.
All right. Just pronouncing the N and A is really only a vowel sound. Upgrad. I'm not trying to pronounce the N. I see. Yes. Okay. I am pronouncing the N a little bit. Sorte.
Oh, I see. Right. Makes sense.
There we go. Learning. It's always fun. All these different nationalities, all these languages.
Yeah, it's amazing how spread out the interest in forts is, and it's great to see. We've actually had an interesting large number of Chinese players discovering forts for the first time recently, and yeah, it's just really cool to see it spread around the world.
Yes, it is. Although it does result in having substantial amounts of ping and latency issues.
Yeah.
But that's suffering from success to some degree.
Yeah, I guess so. And, there's, that's something we'll look at eventually,
Yes. Also, I'm pretty certain all players in this lobby are European, yes?
Looks like it.
Which is awkward because I'm the host as the North American. The only North American in the lobby. Oh no.
Yeah.
All right. Well, no one's over 300 ping, and the pings are roughly equal for everyone. So it should be stable, and no one has an advantage here, so we should be good to go. Players are ready, so let's kick it off. And we're off once again. Here we have on the left-hand side, it is Team Upgrad Sonte. Upgrad Sote. Okay, I will try to... I pronounced the N a little bit too much, or at all, which is a mistake. I will try to pronounce it again, focus on it real hard. Upgrad Sote. There we go.
I give it a 7.
7 out of 10. Yes. Leave it to the Australian to pronounce the French.
Don't worry, I'm a Canadian Australian.
Ah. Oh god.
Makes it even more confusing.
That's totally helping. So here we have at the left-hand side, Team Upgrad Sote. coming in as the Buster Commander, we could expect to see some heavy weapons turned incendiary with the extra penetration. Works really well. I like it. Good commander. Works well in just about every situation. Typically used with cannons and also the carpet bombers. Works very well, very strong. Love to see it. They're facing off against their opponents, Team Bar. Team Bar, playing as the Hurricane Commander, are just kind of blatantly going with the aircraft strategy. We've seen this one a fair few times. It's very strong, very good at what it does. It does a lot of damage, is what it does. And we're going to see that coming into fruition here, I think. My only question for Team Commando is: will they be launching closer to the 8-minute mark to guarantee the kill, or will they be launching 6.5 minutes where they can deal damage but won't reliably end the game? I do have a question for Team Upgrade Salte as to what exactly they're doing. It is going to be cannon related. I imagine deck guns, given the placement of the hardpoint. Will it be full deck gun? Will it be deck gun cannon? We shall see. It is indeed deck guns, deck cannons. Oh boy. And here comes the Warthog production. There is no upgrade center for Team Commando Bar, at least not yet, so we won't be seeing that double Warthog production just yet, which is interesting to me, because they will have extraneous resources around to be expending on other things as they get hit with the EMP. One thing I've noticed, one thing I should point out, is that the token early game EMP hasn't really shown itself much. It isn't nearly as effective on boat forts because the core is usually so deep into the boat that hitting the core or anything realistically damaging is just not expected. Like, you're just not going to hit it with the EMP most of the time, so we don't see it, even though it doesn't cost much, the token EMP. There's the upgrade center. Okay, so it looks like Team Commando Bar's just going to hit every technology, which will mean that they're not going to be getting a whole lot of extra things, like that we're not going to see much in the way of the extra cannon or something out of them. Just because they're just literally getting every technology in the game, and because of it, they're building technology instead of weapons. Where on the other hand, Team Upgrade Saute is getting more deck gun and more cannon. Going up to 2 deck guns and a single cannon, Team Upgrade Saute will be doing a lot of damage, and they can do a lot of damage very quickly. It's just a matter of time before I know. Like, I'm trying to think, like, what are you doing here? Like, what is the strategy? Is it really just planes and nothing else? Like, they haven't even fully invested. Like, Team Commando Bar here hasn't even fully invested into their eco. Boats are known for being able to get a huge amount of eco compared to every other fort, and so you do that because you can, but they're not. Whereas Team Upgrade Saute has really expanded their boat a lot. That hurts. All three planes failing to drop their payloads. So the answer to the question was they're going to Commando Bar is going to send their attack force out at the 6-minute mark, and then do so not end the game but deal damage. That's what's going on. That did set back Upgrade Salte just a little bit.
Yep.
What it doesn't end the game, and that's going to give the blue team here an opportunity to come back and to deal actual damage, which we're going to see right now. With the active ability, Upkrotsote will be firing back, dealing core damage to Team Commando Bar, actually bringing the core down to 71%. For perspective, blue team here on the left took 0 core damage from that bombing run. So there you have it. Now, unfortunately, due to Commando Bar's use of their aircraft, they will have to reconstruct all of them, which means they're going to be a fair few minutes away from having a lethal amount of damage from an airstrike. Oh, but the buzzsaw. Well, that was nice. That did a lot of damage.
It
Did substantial amounts of deformation. It's nothing they can't reconstruct. Like, they're just going to rebuild that and it won't be permanent damage or anything. But... the retort causing more damage than that buzzsaw's critical hit. But good God. That was...
they connected to that? That's
They
interesting.
did. They did catch it. I'm gonna be honest. If I were them, I would just sell off those propellers and disconnect it again.
Yeah.
Just let it all go away. It's fine. You don't need it.
Ooh.
Oh God, it's getting worse. Oh no. Oh, it's bad. Oh, it's real bad. The capsizing. Oof. The core is exposed to a direct shot from a cannon for so long as their boat is capsized here. Capsized is a strong word for it, but it's close enough to describe the situation. Okay, they've rectified themselves now, but oh boy, do they need to fix this.
It's like standing up for another punch.
Yeah.
To receive another punch.
This is not what defending yourself looks like. This is just the guy's coming to stab you, and you're like, all right, I'm gonna stand up and let you do it, rather than being on the floor. Like, you know, it's better than being on the floor, but it's not gonna stop you from getting stabbed. You know.
Yep.
As here they're getting ready for another cannon volley. Oh no. Why are they waiting? Why are you waiting?
They've upgraded something.
Yeah, but you can also... You could do both.
Yeah, that's true. Oh,
Alright, there they go.
Yep.
Oh boy, just barely missing the core.
Oh.
Solid hits. The shotgun's keeping them alive, but not quite enough to stop Bar from taking hits at all. Oh boy. That EMP. I like how they rebuilt the EMP at this point. Partially for AA baits, partially just to mess with them. Here comes the scatter fire. Yeah. That's good damage. One thing to note about boat forts, it is incredibly difficult to defend your propellers in this. If you have access to direct line of sight of your propellers at the lower element of the boat, it's just incredibly difficult to make that work.
Yep.
Due to the necessity of having... Due to the cone of effectiveness for the minerals, the metal production, being horizontal to the propellers, just like they are with the turbines, it necessitates that these propellers be adjacent to nothing, including defenses. And oh, this is lethal amounts of damage.
That's got to be the end of it.
Yep.
Can they
like unzipping a zipper. Team Commando Bar's fort gets chopped in two, but they do actually manage to catch it. Look at that. They cut themselves from falling. It's not something you see every day. Unfortunately, their core is exposed to direct shots. And wow, Saving that means they actually have eco, and they can defend themselves here. Mind you, they can't prevent their own demise, but they can certainly try, which is more than they could do if they didn't catch that, and I applaud them for it. Well done. Well done, Team Upgrad, defeating Team Greenleaf. You love to see it.
Not Greenleaf.
Not Greenleaf. Team
Commando
Commando Bar.
Yeah. Cool.
I meant to say they're going to face Greenleaf in the next one, in their next match.
Leviathan again.
All right, so the next match we'll be doing is the upper bracket finals, meaning this is Team Bar versus Team Bar. Could have seen this one coming.
This is a nice change from all that Pro League stuff that we were working on for the last few months there, Incursus.
Oh yes. Oh yes. With Challenger mode being a much better tool than it once was, and familiarity with it. A lot of those bumpy road speed bumps and new technology woes all been smoothed out.
Yeah.
It's actually working real good.
It is.
It's
actually,
a higher quality product.
Next season's going to be a bit, I think, a lot smoother, and we've got our sort of rules and our process are a lot more locked in, and we've seen what worked well, what didn't work well. So, I think we're in for a nice next season. Looking forward to it.
Yes. I do have a question. The AI for FORTS. We were speaking about, and as I know Data was in on this as well, about updating it to allow the adjustments of the AI by the players, specifically regarding motivated by the upcoming AI tournament, or the next AI tournament. Do you have any insight into that? Because I know it hasn't exactly been a priority.
That's always been its issue, is that it's such a niche tournament that it hasn't really got some extra attention. It's not to say that it's impossible, but it's, we're just constantly trying to juggle what we should do next. Personally, I would like to see some just minor improvements to get rid of some of the silly things that are issues in that, but I can't say when that would happen.
Okay.
So yeah, nothing I can really firm answer I can give you there. But yeah, because I do have a soft spot for the AI tournaments, because it's cool. It's just a completely different way to watch the game, which is always interesting. But yeah, that's sort of where that is at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Sorry.
All right. We are just waiting for the players to join the lobby. Then we'll be jumping into the next round.
Incursus, would you compete in the AI tournament? I think
yes.
You have in the past, haven't you?
Yeah, the last two tournaments.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because
so
you have a bit of a coding background, don't you? So you get to kind of take advantage of that, I guess.
yes. Though, to be fair, there's not much coding involved. It is more by theme only.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, unless you're trying to do the thing that Alex did last time, which is completely hijack with his own custom mod, but that's
Yep.
not. It's not the same thing.
It's not the same thing.
Yeah, no. The one of the community members is looking to fund a prize pool, a fairly substantial prize pool for the next tournament, next AI tournament. We're just talking to the other persons who usually assist or usually put on the tournaments, the AI tournaments, and to see what we could do about getting it set up. And the general consensus so far is everyone wants updates to the AI before putting on the tournament. And
I think that makes a lot of sense.
yes.
I feel like it's the kind of thing, maybe not here isn't the place to discuss it, but, you know,
Yes.
let's discuss it.
Yes. I think that would be a great idea because, like, I've already been discussing it with like Cronkinator and such as I mentioned, but that's a later discussion.
Yeah.
New ideas for new things. A note from chat. Fairly predictable outcomes. Looking at the teams, though, a lot of fairly new players at tournaments this time around, which is kind of neat. Yes, I agree. It does in fact mean that that there's some substantial ease at predicting who will win and who will not win. But it is cool to see nonetheless. It's like all the experienced players and then Greenleaf also in that category.
Incursus, do you have a favorite weapon in high seas?
Specifically high seas? Of the high seas weapons. That's a good question.
Because I mean, obviously, probably your favorite one is whichever one is the most effective in the very moment, right? So
yes. So I'm trying to think like overall, and to not have effectiveness be the probably thematically, I like the aircraft. That's not terribly surprising given my affinity for all things flying in every game ever.
Yep.
Runner up for the space laser because it's a space laser.
Yes. Yes.
So I think I would have to say the aircraft. Of the aircraft, I prefer the Warthog, the Warthogs, the cluster munitions, like the mortar launcher ones.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
But I think that answers that.
Yeah, it does. I agree.
As we jump right into this next round. Perfect timing, actually. The players are ready, things are going, as we have some of our favorite players on one of our favorite maps. Here we have on the left-hand side, it is Team Beyond All Reason. That is Helicopter and Alex. Playing as the Overdrive Commander for all that sweet, delicious bonus eco, as well as upgrade speed. On Leviathan. The totally not battleships map. We'll see how they fare against their opponents. Team Bar on the right-hand side in the red. Cloud and Eaton, playing as the Hurricane Commander. Hurricane Commander with that bonus build speed and bonus ammo production speed and bonus reload speed, just kind of all better and faster at everything. Most known for using those aircraft strategies, because you can produce aircraft just that much faster. We'll get to see how they work out here. Now, Dreadnoughts is a map with 3 cores and incredible amounts of economic potential. So there's gonna be a heap ton of eco all sides, and because of that, too many cannons, too many weapons to really shake your fist at. When it comes to the weapon layouts, and I'm gonna say the metas for maps like this, it's very similar between this map, Dreadnoughts, and the modded community map. The community map battleships. You typically have all of your energy production in the rear because it's nice and safe there. There's no better place to put it. You have your technology and batteries and storages in the rear, but underneath, like inside the hull of the ship, because you can, and because it's safer there for the exact same reasons why you have your energy production in the rear. You completely line the bottom with mines or propellers for your metal production because you can. You have the forward component being lined with cannons and AA. You have a central tower where the ship would be mostly AA, but sometimes the cannons and similar. The front of your fort is generally defenses. We see a special, like a guest appearance of the Return to Sender here. This is not uncommon, although we also expect to see AA off the front of this. Depending on the strategy, the area behind the forward core and somewhat into where these deck guns are can be swarm missile launcher spam. If that's the case, then these deck guns or cannons would slide up more toward this upper core. Many a time we'll see this upper core swung down. In fact, neither team did this. And then we have what is going to be the rear weapons, because some weapons can be fired in an artillery trajectory, namely tier 3s and also aircraft. Now the runway often can be placed above this middle core, but below the AA here. It can also be placed pretty much anywhere because it's a runway, and it doesn't really matter if it lives or dies, in so much as it exists for long enough to launch. So oftentimes we'll see it pretty much thrown in as a secondary, like it's as an afterthought, or thrown in above, or thrown in behind the rear core on an angle so that the aircraft can fly up like toward space at a 45-degree angle and drop their shots from way above. Also, another common thing to do is to do standard tier 3s or portal tier 3s. Tier 3s of some variety. You get at least 3 of them and you'll launch them towards your opponents, because boats such as this are incredibly vulnerable to tier 3s. All of these... Oh, it's kicking off.
Yep.
Here comes the first wave. Not quite enough despite the relative lack of AA for both teams. The aircraft don't do that much damage. It's not to say they didn't do a lot of damage, but relative to the size of this ship, it just wasn't that much damage. And I'm kind of surprised that they chose to do that then. But I think they were trying to snipe out that core, and it just didn't quite work out.
Yep.
But as I was saying, tier 3s are incredibly popular because all of these exposed turbines in the rear, there's no way to get to them without using tier 3s, and they're incredibly juicy targets, especially given that just underneath them is typically all these extremely explosive ammunitions. Interesting that we see swarm missiles behind. the central spire for Team Bar on the right side. Because the swarm missiles have a solid chance to slam into the rear of the spine, which is not usually a good idea. So typically we don't see swarm missiles there just because they tend to slam into the rear of the spine, which is terribly concerning if and when they get upgraded to nukes. Like, that just becomes a real bad time.
Wow.
The AA for
insane.
Team Bar here is...
Wow.
This is all manual AA, by the way.
That's
like, this
insane.
is...
Oh, they finally got a few in there.
Good God.
But that was some amazing AA there.
Yeah.
Manual, like you said.
Like, yeah, that was all manual. Like, genuinely impressed. It's a very Eaton move. It is a very Eaton move. I want to point out, they specifically used their commander ability for that to enable the shotguns to reload faster and come off cooldown in order to defeat that. This is very much so we know this strategy is going to defeat us if we don't pull some madness out of our fingers.
Yeah.
And they pulled madness out of their fingers.
Yeah, that was impressive.
That was incredibly impressive. I will say this, I have never seen that before. Even in my time, even in the times before automatic AA was a thing, and we used to do stuff like that all the time. That was just never. That was a league above anything. Quick note: that return to sender was a perfectly placed return to sender.
Yep.
It sent that cannon shell so perfectly
Right
back from whence it came that it destroyed its own cannon.
Yep.
Which is impressive. Also, swarm missiles have been upgraded in the nukes back here, which means we may have an opportunity for self-detonation, which is a risk Team 2 is willing to take. Alright.
Guess we're not going to see orbital lasers on this one, are we?
I highly doubt it. This is not exactly an orbital laser map. There's just the anti-air is so thick and dense that it just doesn't happen.
Oh, and if one of those lands.
Oh, it does.
Yeah, oh, it's dangerous.
Oh, it's bad.
Dangerous.
Oh, it's real bad.
Yeah. Oh, there it is. There's the collapse. Oh, that's segmented.
Segmented is the right word.
Oh.
Into 3 different components. The center one has self-destructed, which at this point I would let that go. I would let it all sink away and rebuild it. While there is a core remaining in the forward compartment, they can actually just sell off everything in the middle and then reconstruct it and reconnect it to not have to deal with all of that deformation. Because that's just... This is an unmaintainable... You cannot recover that level of destruction. Like, I'm sorry. It's just too much. And it's still being targeted.
Yeah. That's amazing.
First off, I'm impressed they caught it. Because
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
difficult to do. Second, it's actually detrimental to their ship. All of these propellers here, because of this component that's underneath them, are being disabled. So they need to... Yeah, there they go. They're removing the component. And I would just remove it all and reconnect it. Like, it's not going to be that big of a price. Oh, speaking of Abyss. But that's a scary thing to see because that means there's absolutely zero anti-air for the left team here, which is not a surprise given the context. But it looks like they're going to be focusing the weak and exposed structure, the technology component, and the primary resource component for the blue team here on the left, which is, oh no, all those smokestacks are vulnerable. The central spire has been removed, and thus those smokestacks can be directly targeted. Okay. That's a lot going on there. Love to see it. Like, I struggle to come up with a good plan for Team Beyond All Reason here. Left team is just, they're in a bad way. They're building aircraft, hoping to eventually launch them. The joy about aircraft is that you don't have to have a weapon properly placed in order to use them. You could construct them, bank them up, and then just sneak out a runway somewhere and launch game-ending amounts of damage all at once. So that's good. So that's what they're trying to do here. The problem is, it's not so much game-ending amounts of damage as it is an attempt. Oh boy, but look at this. The Nighthawks just come in and clear everything up. There's no more energy production for Team Beyond All Reason. Blue team is not in a good position right now. That's an understatement. I just want to say, every time Team Bar fires those nukes, they're taking their life into their own hands. Mind you, they've done the good thing of building a spine, a very tall spine on top of their boat, just so that if the nukes connect, that's only going to take out the top of the spine and not the top of their boat. And it's just a matter of time before that happens. Whoa. Here comes another launch. This time they target the return to sender, meaning that forward core is vulnerable to direct fire, and they shoot at it directly. So here comes another volley. Oh no. Well, they did manage to disconnect all that deformation in between. Not exactly the way they wanted to do it, I assume. Oh boy. There it is. A little bit of AoE goes a long way. You know, unironically...
Oh, they connected to it again.
Oh my god, they managed to connect to it again. And they stabilized it.
Oh,
well,
up until that point.
That's the end of that, I guess.
That's got to be the end of that.
I was gonna say, unironically, a tier 3 could do enough damage here against red team that they could make a comeback. I mean, there is just several locations which a tier 3 could absolutely, almost completely destroy the red fort. But I suspect they're not going to give their other opponents an opportunity to make that happen. The worst part about this, there's still deformation that they held on to, meaning that blue team's eco is just sundered right now. Why are you catching? Okay. I know you can, but you forgot to ask yourself if you should.
Yeah. I'm enjoying the tenacity of them just wanting to hold on.
Yes, I always appreciate when players do this. Make your opponents finish you off. Fights to the bitter end. Not because you could win, but because you can fight. It makes it so much better.
Well, you know, part of the fun is the watching the destruction is enjoyable.
Yes. Even as the player, I like building the thick pieces of wood just to make my opponents blow through it, just to see if they can or how long it takes them to do it.
Mm-hmm.
That is the satisfying part. Oh, yeah. Those cannons cut deep. They cut real deep. The funny part is, this fort that's remaining is still more fort than most boats get.
Yeah, there's still quite a few things on there.
Yes. Oh boy. The anti-fun weapons have come out.
Yeah.
Fog launchers. No fun allowed. And nope, the sandbags stop it.
Yeah.
They stop it again. Yeah, and then the cannons come through and just solve the problem. Like, every time you think cannons aren't the most appropriate answer, they're the most appropriate answer.
Oh, no, they blew up. Oh, there's, there's a repair center down there.
Like, no! No more of this fog. Stop it.
Can't.
Oh boy. Well, there goes the last smokestack, which is a concern for blue team, because that means sandbags are about to have a bad day. Selling off some of their propellers, hoping to get the energy back so they could get another smokestack out.
Yeah.
Which they do.
Yeah. This is where they're going to turn it around, I think.
Oh, absolutely. Their core directly exposed.
Oh.
All right.
Okay, they think they.
I think they're letting it go.
Yeah.
And there it is.
Yeah, it was
straight through the core.
Nice.
Very, very well played by everyone. Team Bar coming in. Wow, that damage numbers are not close. 23,000 versus 326,000.
Jeez.
That did not seem so one-sided when we were playing it out.
Hmm. And then it was.
And then it was. Well done, well done. That will knock Team Beyond All Reason down to the lower bracket. Well, they will face against the victors of this upcoming match. Our next match will be Team Greenleaf versus Armoured Saute. Okay, let's go ahead and get this set up.
Okay, so unsurprisingly, Eaton and Cloud are into the finals.
Yes.
Co-op.
Yeah, I'll fix that once it,
Once everybody's finished.
yeah. All right. Helicopter fly away. Yes. All right. Looks like the players are here. They're not quite ready up. We should be jumping into this one in a moment. As next up, we have Team Greenleaf versus Armoured Saute. Saute. Let's go. And oh yeah, well, give me a second. 1 sec. Give me a moment. This is there we go. There we go. Okay. That's my bad.
No worries. There's a lot of plates to juggle.
It's got to happen at least once, eh?
Mm-hmm.
All right. We are good to go. Here we are off to the lower bracket semi-final. Here on the left-hand side, it is Team Greenleaf. Vicro and Dranistian playing on this monstrosity of a map as Hurricane Commander. We've seen this commander many a time, very popular with the aircraft strategies that are so dominant throughout this tournament so far. They'll be playing against their opponents, Upgrad playing as the Buster Commander. Buster Commander, another popular one in this 2v2 situation. Pile and Gustigal will be utilizing the Buster upgrades, the Buster active, to commit unnecessary amounts of damage, which is my favorite kind of damage.
We have a very swinging core on the left.
It's about time. That is the perfect core to swing into any other position, and I so rarely see people do this. I'm surprised that we are waiting till now just to see it. But alas, now we have rear cores for Team Greenleaf. Each of their forts has a rear core to play with. Like, especially on co-op, you have one player who can focus on the early game stuff, spending all the money, and a second player who can actually do the core swinging. Like, there's not a whole lot of APM requirements in the early game, so like, just do it. Alright, looks like Upgrad here is going to be going with the deck gun variant, with triple deck guns in the forward fort for them. Looks like Greenleaf will be going with the swarm missile variant, with triple swarm missile in their forward fort.
Now, if you did use a orbital laser, there's the sweeping flavor and the focused flavor. I rarely see the focused one used.
Yes, that's actually fairly easy to explain because it's entirely overkill for everything. Unless you are literally firing it at the community-made battleships map, it will never do more damage than the sweeping beam. And even when you fire it at the battleships map, most of the time it will go completely through the map, period, bisect the ship, and it could just then be reconnected.
Right. So not, even though it's cutting it in half, for whatever reason, it's not as catastrophic as spreading the damage across.
Yes. It does it over for the same reason why over penetrating the bases with standard cannons or lasers is not a good thing. The concentrated space laser is just designed to always over penetrate everything ever. And it's not super useful. There are some niche cases for it where, let's say you're using the sweeping beam and your opponents have a full beach atop whatever the thing that you absolutely need to destroy is.
Like the rear fort on the right side has,
Yes. And if you want to remove that core, you can drop your focus beam on it. But that is such a rare instance of needing to do that. Because even then, why not just drop a sweeping beam directly in front of the fort and wipe out the first third of the fort? Or drop a sweeping beam directly on top of the beach and wipe out the rear third of the fort? Why not do both?
Yep.
They're equally as effective, if not more effective.
Maybe maybe when the laser hits the sandbags, the sand should become lava, and then
Literally glass the boats.
Oh yeah.
Oh gosh. That would be interesting.
It would be great. I'm just giving the modders ideas now.
Yes. Now, the strongest use I've seen of the focused beam is actually using it to, and this is something that I know players have.
Did somebody disconnect? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
The strongest use of the focus beam, which is something that I know you guys have kind of worked out, tried to patch out, is shooting yourself with it and aiming it, redirecting it so that it's horizontal directly at the opponents.
Yep.
Because
I've seen that.
Yes, there is no fort, boat, or otherwise which can survive being bisected through the middle. If you're bisected top down, like left to right, you can survive having, the front half or your rear half chopped off. But being chopped in the middle, you're disconnecting the core from the floor, and that's just not acceptable. That just doesn't function. Okay, so one of the players had... Yeah. They didn't fully disconnect. Oh, now they disconnected.
Now they did.
Yeah. I was gonna say they were having connectivity issues.
Yes.
So they requested a pause just to wait for their ping to recover. Then they full hard crashed.
Yeah.
So we're gonna be giving it a moment. He's saying that they're working it out on Discord. The French is one language that I can't quite read. I can mostly read Spanish. I've been starting to be able to pick up written German. I've picked up enough nouns and verbs that I can oftentimes get the general idea of sentences. French doesn't happen. French doesn't happen. There's a lot of similarities between Italian and Spanish that I can kind of sort of sometimes put it together. But French doesn't work for me. Not yet.
I took 2 years of French in high school by force. It's forced by the school I went to. And so I have these little hints of vague memories of the words. So when I'm seeing them speak in French, I'm like, I think that means they're waiting in Discord or something. But, yeah.
Yes.
It's like use it or lose it kind of thing.
Oh, yeah. That's the thing about languages. It's certainly not something that you can keep if you don't use. Which is, it is what it is. I would say it's unfortunate, but man, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Not everything in life can be something you learn once and then never have to think about again. But yes, it does appear to be a technical difficulty or internet connectivity issues, specifically on the player's end of things.
Something I think we can talk about, because it doesn't need to be a secret or anything, is actually we have another tournament planned coming up. We're going to have another map making competition.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Exciting.
So the details of that will come out in the next few days. But that's always cool to see people's creativity with the maps, and we tend to use the maps in tournaments. Sometimes we put them into the cycling in ranked. I can't remember what the specifics are of this one, but yeah, it's going to be a map making comp, so that'll be cool.
Lord knows I love those maps. I use those maps all day on my streams.
Yeah. And some of them are just so creative, like the whirlpool one we were talking about the other day or earlier today. And there's that one in the clouds, and yeah, there's some really cool.
Yes, like actually, and that's one of the other popular tournaments. Like not all the tournament styles we do are particularly popular. Some of them we do have issues where people just don't want to sign up. The map making competition, too many people signing up.
Oh yeah, we get heaps. I mean, we have to vet them actually beforehand, don't we?
Yeah,
and we
there's like a pre-tournament for the tournament.
Yeah, practically, and then we have we just invite players to play on them and give the maps a spin, and we just get a cool, chilled out event where we get to check out some cool new maps. So yeah, it's gonna be cool.
Oh yes, oh yes. All right, it looks like they've managed to fix their internet and have rejoined the lobby. He's loading in now, and then we'll be jumping right back into the action. Give it an unpause here in a moment. Need to say it's running very smooth so far. Yeah, we really haven't had any issues. Someone's internet was bound to die eventually. All right, looks like we're good to go. So let's jump right back into the action. I just want extra confirmation. He's not responding again. Nope. All right, he's gone. All right. That went from he's connecting and talking and saying he's ready to suddenly disconnect.
Yep, 2v1 looks like.
All right then. Should be two. Oh boy.
Yeah, I think that's going to have to be the case. Johnston wants to restart.
Okay. Greenleaf being uncharacteristically kind in this context. I don't think the restart will solve the problem because it isn't an issue with the player being unable to rejoin. It's an issue with their internet not being here at all. Like it's going to be a 2v1 regardless.
Yeah, that's what I think his internet died. So maybe just continue as 2v1. Yes, I agree with 42.
Getting pinged from an unknown client, which I assume is the player attempting to rejoin with an unstable connection. I got 2 connection messages saying that he successfully connected twice simultaneously. Yeah, okay, so...
it says he's connecting now.
Yeah, he's loading. We'll give it a moment to see if he successfully connects, but if he disconnects again, we're just going to have to let it continue.
We'll just continue, yep.
All right, we are off.
We're back for the moment.
Let's see if their internet maintains stability so far. But so far, so good. As the players from Team Upgrade Santé have managed to reconnect and continue as if nothing has happened. Greenleaf are being really good sports. Greenleaf's always really good sport.
Yeah.
The vast majority of the player base is very good sports. It's one thing I like about the Forts community.
Hmm.
That's a lot of damage.
Rock the boat a bit.
Here it comes again. I do strongly suspect that Team Greenleaf will have the advantage here. As much as Upgrade Santé have they do have substantial firepower and will be able to bring a massive air force to bear. Team Greenleaf just has stronger map control options. And most of Upgrade's strength requires substantial amounts of map control. Here comes some more missiles. A standard 20 mil, which is an interesting decision, given the context. Nukes chunking, but as we've discussed before, these boats are uncharacteristically large, and with that size comes massive amounts of damage necessary to get any real amounts of damage done. Even hitting 2 nukes just doesn't do all that much damage relative to the size of the ship. Ooh, a swing and a miss. That Nighthawk doesn't do it. Oh, but there's so much damage output. All of this map control, and it's failing to defend against the majority of the damage here.
Oh,
but it does keep them alive? Oh!
How they survived that last one?
55%. Holy smokes. I will say this. That was an incredible alpha strike. With the Air Force and the triple deck gun and the swarm missiles. Holy smokes. If Greenleaf did not have that absolutely incredible amounts of anti-air and map control, they would have lost that fort just outright.
Uh-oh. I paused. I might be desyncing here.
Uh-oh. Unfortunately for Greenleaf's retorts, they both passed clean through... They missed. They just straight missed Upgrade. Upgrade. They're just gone. It just didn't hit him at all. Oh boy. Oh, this is a better hit.
They're just smashing each other.
Yes, they are. Unfortunately, Upgrade can't actually finish off Greenleaf here as much as they want to. And Greenleaf is looking to deal substantial damage.
Oh yeah.
2 of those. There goes all 3, and that's a capsize. Oh, there's a full proper capsize. It's completely upside down. Their propellers are up in the air, dangling bare. And completely undefended. Team Upgrade loses a core. It melts in the water. Effectively, they only have 1 boat remaining, although technically this core is alive and can be repaired. It's on fire, 5% and dropping.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Toast.
They were unable to damage control in time With one airstrike, Team Greenleaf flattens Upgrad Saltes forward boat, leaving Team Greenleaf with the advantage, despite taking absolutely apocalyptic levels of damage from an airstrike themselves, relying on the sheer just density of anti-air and general map control tools. Greenleaf phase tanks there was so much damage. There was so much damage. I would have to spend like the next minute listing all the things, and still they survived.
Oh, that was mistimed.
Oof.
Oh, there's more pain.
Deck guns.
Yeah.
They're trying to get any amount of damage through, but the energy shields are active.
Yeah.
All those aircraft completely shut down and shot down. Oh,
wow.
No. It looks like Team Greenleaf is ramping up their weapons production again, looking to finish off the final French bastion. I was a little concerned for Team Greenleaf, as they were pretty much attempting to be the defenders before they were attempting to take the hit and then retort, and that thus far has been a 0% chance of victory strategy. But this time around, it's paid off.
Yep. Oh.
This is gonna hurt.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
There it is.
This one's always hurt.
The entire front of Upgrad's final remaining forts has been removed. The nuke cuts deep, exposing Upgrad's cores. Oh no. They're selling off their technology in an effort to get any amount of eco back so they can defend their core before the next volley of cannons come in. Oh, but this is the worst case scenario.
Yeah.
Their top core has been thrown into the water and is actively melting, dissolving in the acid of H2O.
Boiling the ocean.
Uh-oh. When that detonates, it's going to take the rest of the boat with it.
Yeah. Yeah.
There it goes. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Greenleaf moves on. Upgrad Sonsei is knocked out of the lower bracket, pushing us back into Team Bar versus Greenleaf once again. Well done, well done. Well, that was exciting.
It was.
I am truly surprised and impressed by Team Greenleaf managing to hang on there and actually survive at all.
I mean, they were definitely against the ropes there.
Oh, absolutely. That was a beautiful match.
Mm.
That got incredibly tense. That was by no means one-sided. Alright, so this next match will be Team Greenleaf versus Beyond All Reason. Looking forward to this one. It is a technically not a rematch, despite them being against a team by the same name. All right.
And the grand final match will be a best of 3.
Yes. Which is always awkward when doing a double elimination format.
Little bit.
But it's so much more exciting.
Well, I'm happy because it just means a bit more forts.
Yes. Yes, that's exactly what it means, and I'm entirely into it. Especially given the roster we're looking at. Like, frankly, either of these teams being in the grand finals is going to be a good time.
Yep.
Like, I do not know who I would root for. Like, if I had to choose one team, and only one team, I don't know which I would prefer. Greenleaf or Beyond All Reason here. Helicopter is one of my favorite players in these matches. So, like,
Yep.
I really want him to be in the finals. But Team Greenleaf, though.
Yeah. Yep, 42's into Greenleaf as well.
Exactly. But on this match specifically, we are once again on frigates. Out in the open sea with nothing but the endless void around you and the bottomless abyss below. And a big distance between the two ships.
Yep.
Oh, jeez. Well, in terms of commander choice, Team Greenleaf here on the left has gone with the Hurricane Commander. You know it, you love it. We've seen it a whole lot in this tournament.
Yeah.
The bonus build speed enables extra ammunition, enables extra firing speed, and is very common to be very commonly seen with anything ammo related, especially when it comes to aircraft. And that's exactly what we're going to be seeing here at Greenleaf, as they already have an airfield in place. Looks like they're going with the upgraded variant of it, so they'll be getting an upgrade center, upgrading that airfield, and then investing heavily into ammunition production. Whereas their opponents, beyond all reason, are doing the exact same thing, but instead of using the Hurricane Commander, they're using the Overdrive Commander. Now, there's a little bit of a difference here between these two styles. Styles between these commander choices. The Overdrive Commander enables the upgraded launch pad runway to come out faster. This means that they get earlier ammunition production, earlier aircraft production. It also, during their commander active, gives them more resources to play with, so we'll get to see more aircraft coming out faster, usually with a side of additional defenses because they can. Whereas Team Greenleaf doesn't get that earlier production, but once their production comes online, it's just overall faster because the Hurricane Commander produces ammunition faster than the Overdrive. So we get to see earlier aircraft out of Beyond All Reason versus, over time, more aircraft from Greenleaf. It's also worth noting that the increased production from Beyond All Reason also means that they will have more aircraft in time. So it's not like this is one is just better than the other. It's different in ways that are not incredibly well tested. Different but very similar. And given the massive distances between these two boats, I haven't the foggiest idea what these guys could do with their extra resources. Like, you're not going to spend all of your resources on aircraft, so you can spend more of them on things like anti-air, which we know does not really work versus the aircraft. You can also spend them on lasers, which is not going to happen. No one's building the laser technology. I can spend them on cannons. You could do that, but again, I mean, you might as well get cannons because you can, but it's like, they're not gonna solve your problems. Looks like Beyond All Reason doing an early opening volley, looking to take advantage of the lack of anti-air from Team Greenleaf. This, unless... Yeah, this is not going to be critical damage. We've seen this time and time again from teams, and I'm still convinced this is a mistake. That was never going to be game-ending amounts of damage. That was just going to deal some substantial damage, which it didn't really do. It usually does more damage than Greenleaf actually sustained. But it was never going to end the game. And what did it do?
It had the side effect of charging up their commander, too.
It had the side effect of charging up their commander, and it delayed Beyond All Reason's big volley, like actually game-ending damage by, what, that was 6 aircraft at something like 20 seconds apiece. So we're talking, you know, another 120, or talking like another 120 seconds delayed. Did you deal 120 seconds worth of delay to the opponents? No one by a lot. So, like, that's a reoccurring trend, and I'm not a fan of it. But, I mean, I've seen it work in pub lobbies a lot, where you can actually either full kill or deal near game-ending amounts of damage with just a quick opening volley like that at something like the 5-minute mark, or even at like the 4-minute mark. But that's not what we're dealing with here. They should have been able to read that from the current status of the map. They didn't get to that lucky shot, as it were. And they weren't going to. It's extremely unlikely to. But at this point, Team Greenleaf is no longer producing aircraft. Is that true? It's not true. They have one production.
I kind of want them to make their boat bigger.
I'm not sure this boat can really get bigger. This is about the maximum size you're allowed to go based on the build's restrictions. But here Greenleaf is doing what I imagine to be the appropriate solution, is just fire everything all at once.
Yeah, there you go. Look at that.
Yep.
Oh.
There you have it.
Yep.
7-minute mark? Nah, that's...
No, that's death.
Just full death. 7-minute mark, just overwhelming. Overkill is underrated. That's what I have to say about that. And Greenleaf, a very strong showing. Just cleans house with Beyond All Reason with a very clean, pristine, and excellently executed airstrike.
Bombing run. Yeah.
They're going to have to do that again. And unfortunately, they're going to have to do that against the teams that pretty much invented this strategy. Invented this strategy and has already iterated upon it. Team Bar, again.
10.
They knocked out one, we'll have to defeat the other. And unfortunately for Team Greenleaf... Say again?
Oh, I was just going to say that was 10 jets that did the damage.
Yes. Yes, that it was. It hit real hard. And not that Team Bar had any real AA, but honestly, even if they did, and they shot down another 3 aircraft, it wouldn't have been enough. That game was over already. That game was over 6 aircraft in. So, because this is a double elimination, mechanically the way the format works is each team gets 2 lives. They have to be eliminated or defeated twice in order to be eliminated from the tournament. Now, Team Greenleaf, as they have gone through the lower bracket, have already been eliminated once. That means they only have 1 life. They are on their last life. The next time they are defeated, they are knocked out of the tournament. But here's the thing. Team Bar, the team that they're up against now, has as of yet been defeated. They still have their extra life. So Team Greenleaf will have to defeat Team Bar twice in order to be victorious in this tournament. Now, what makes this last match a little awkward from the format perspective. It's a best of 3. So in order to be defeated, Team Bar will have to lose 2 matches to lose the entire match. Or 2 rounds within the match.
Yeah, yep.
So this match will be a best of 3, where Team Bar will have to lose 2 in a row in order to lose 1 life.
Yep.
But don't worry, we'll keep up for you to show you the skills, show you the score along the way. And we're off. Next match, the underdogs versus the reigning champions. Pretty much, yes, actually. And that's what's going to make this excited. As here we have the underdogs coming from the FORTS Pro League and from the lower bracket, earning themselves at least 2nd place in this tournament. Team Greenleaf, with very few badges to their name, very few tournament wins, if any at all. It's Vicro and Drinistian. You guys remember all those newer players who were coming in to join the competitive scene? Well, here you have some of them. Relatively new, I'm going to say. Relatively new. They've been around for some time now. They are recognized. You guys is one of the favored teams here, Team Greenleaf. One of the favorite teams, more at, is the actual thing I meant to say. They're playing as the Hurricane Commander. I imagine intending to do the same strategy as they have done before with planes and an upgrade center and a runway. They'll be facing off against their opponents, Team Bar, Eaton, and Cloud. Well, you know them, you love them. It's Eaton, it's Cloud. They're looking to be dominant once again and add to their entire pile of badges. They're gonna have to fight for it, as Team Greenleaf is looking to claim their badge themselves. Quick note, Vicro most known for his advanced tutorials. Yes, Vicro has done the good thing of taking all the things they've learned and putting it into tutorials that can be followed by other people. It's a good time. So here we do have where's the upgrade center? I don't see an upgrade center. Oh, this is a different build. This is a different build. Okay. We do see a laser production facility. So we may see Nighthawks rather than Thunderbolts. We also don't see an upgrade center. There's the upgrade center. Alright, so this is not an upgrade center first thing. With the upgrade center coming in a bit later. Okay. Why are you like this? Oh, it's because Greenleaf didn't defend their rear core. This might be lethal. Nope. Sandbag together strong. But that was close. Yep. That was real close. That's the kind of thing that we see sometimes. Again, 2.5 minute mark. Where you can get that kind of quick snipe off of a core.
Yep.
It didn't pan out this time, but that was like 100% the right play.
It's a question worth asking.
It is definitely a question worth asking. Because I am kind of surprised that core didn't explode.
Yep.
It probably just came down to the specific dispersion of the... Like that, I think that may have actually come down to the dispersion of the grenades, of the mortars as they came down.
Yeah.
If that had been dispersed slightly differently, this may have been a very different match.
Yep.
Unfortunately for Team Bar, it does mean they have 3 fewer aircraft for their ultimate volley, as it were. When they intend to go for their actual death strike, they'll have 3 fewer aircraft for it, or have to wait the additional time for those aircraft to come online. Something that Team Greenleaf won't have to do because they still have their aircraft on their ship. My question is it Nighthawks? Like, what are you doing with this laser production facility? Is it just fire beams? Okay, well, I guess they're spending their extra resources on technology and fire beams. It means they don't have a whole lot of resources around to play with defenses, which does explain why they left their rear corps so vulnerable during that phase. And they're also getting deck guns. Like, they are going to be slowing down their aircraft so substantially by getting all this extra stuff. Like, I know the aircraft are not expensive and leave room for, well, other toys, but that's a lot of toys. That is definitely a bigger budget than Team Bar is playing with. And as we could see, Team Bar, they've got a big budget. Okay. Here comes the cannon volley out of Team Bar. Directly to Greenleaf's forwardmost core. Knocking it down about 12%, which is not much percent, but it's more percent than anything Bar has taken. Fire beams. You know, I want to say something because it's not going to... I want to say something, but it's not going to be something that most players can take advantage of. Oh, it's beginning.
Yep.
Wow. 6.5 minutes. That's early. That's earlier than anyone else. And there's the lethal damage.
Yep.
God, and they still have extra aircraft to hit the front core. Oh, that's so one-sided. Well, so Greenleaf, looking to be extremely disadvantaged in this round. They lost most of their technology, but they still have the runway, they still have several of their aircraft, and the laser production facility. They can still create Nighthawks, which they are now doing. They can still create lasers. They aren't out of it. They don't have any real energy production. You can tell that because the lasers aren't working.
Yeah.
And they're taking pretty heavy hits here. Cannon goes in. Oh no. So the sound of that mortar was the sound of Team Bar testing to see if Greenleaf had any AA, and they didn't.
They don't.
So that just triggers time for more aircraft. Here it comes. Oh, and having the aircraft fly into and under the energy shield before dropping their payload. Oh no. Oh, it's painful to watch, but so good. Well, here comes death and disaster. Those AA bait. Yeah, okay, that's fair enough. Adding explosives onto their adding explosives onto their own boat just to make it a more satisfying destruction.
That's good.
That was well done. Well done, Team Bar. Winning this first round in this best of 3. So now we go into round 2 of this best of 3. And remember, Team Bar has 2 lives. Team Greenleaf only has 1. If Greenleaf is defeated in this next round, they will lose the match. And with the match, their last life. Let's all make sure to root for Team Greenleaf. Give them all the hope they can get. All the support they need. They can bring this even further. Because we're off to the next round. Okay, so it is again another mirror match. As we have Greenleaf here on the left-hand side, set up with the Overdrive Commander. Overdrive Commander. Another commander that is really, which is quite popular with the whole aircraft strategy. enables them to get more aircraft out a little quicker than the Hurricane Commander, just because they can get that quick and early upgraded runway. But the upgraded runway itself doubles aircraft production. Team Bar on the right side doing the exact same thing. Looks like actually opening up with an upgrade center as well. Team Greenleaf, on the other hand, opening up with an armory, which means no runway for them. Interesting. Yeah, it looks like Team Bar is doing a typical upgrade center. What would be the expected typical build order for airplanes, whereas Team Greenleaf is going like deck guns, it would seem, as we do see the hard point placed already.
Yeah,
So we're going to see the...
them.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to see at least 3 deck guns coming out of Team Greenleaf here. This is going to be rough for Greenleaf, I think. Aircraft... I don't know. I still think aircraft win this, in part because I do credit Team Bar with being the mechanically superior team. I do expect them to win because of that. And also because I am currently of the belief that the strategy of aircraft would win this, even if the players and the teams were of equal capabilities. And yes, Greenleaf is pretty close to Team Bar in terms of mechanical skill. That just means that they're still at a disadvantage here. It's not impossible. Deck guns are quite the good, as we've seen it time and time again. Looks like they're going up to at least 4 deck guns. I think they're not going up to 6 here. 4 deck guns is certainly enough to deal incredible amounts of damage. With the Overdrive Commander, the upgrade to the deck guns come out extremely fast, which is quite the good. This is a great commander for deck guns, as... Well, we do see the expansions for Team Bar here, claiming those physical land locations for later use. By that I mean just stuff with as much eco as possible. Team Greenleaf is not yet taking advantage of the landing points. Yet. It looks like Team Greenleaf, they understand what's going to happen to them. They're already getting set up with a beach, like a full beach worth of sand. Because they know they're going to get hit, and they don't want to get hit. They're getting ready for it. Unfortunately, it is really not enough of a beach to stop the kind of aircraft that they're going to be getting hit by. At least not yet. Good news for them is Team Bar is not anywhere near ready to launch. There's a good 2 minutes out before we can expect to see that measure of aircraft hitting them. The upgrade center just finishing for Team Greenleaf. Not quite sure what they want to do with that.
I kind of wish
Shotguns?
Greenleaf would build some AA of some sort.
I see that they're getting a flak. I imagine they're likely to get a couple of them. Of course, the problem with flak is that they don't stop the plans. So, like, it's a little rough. Well, that was well done. Completely destroying both of Bar's expansions. Team Bar activating their commander ability for maximum metal income, capping out at 103 metal income, which is a lot of metal income. Like, they like eco. They really like eco. Of course, Greenleaf firing their cannons, their deck guns once, just to put them on reload so that they can then upgrade them while the reload is happening. But the deck cannons are coming off upgrade now. They've been refurbished, and it's time to fire them. They have seconds left, I imagine, before Bar is ready to launch their aircraft. That's not true. Bar has actually been delayed by this. Taking those expansions and then having to retake them has delayed Bar fairly substantially. They don't have the aircraft to end the game. Which is scary.
Oh, they missed the shotgun.
Yeah, and both expansions are taken out once again. Alright, they're adding the forward spike, trying to trim the ship. That means that they're looking to get their aircraft ready to launch, like an emergency launch, just to get any amount of time available. Because they kind of sort of need it. It looks like Team Bar has significantly invested into their... Oh, that's bad.
Oh.
Oh, that's real bad.
That's fairly exposed.
Yes. Team Bar invested so much into eco that the deck guns just came out and have ruined them. Okay. Well, that's... I didn't expect that. I really didn't expect that. But I'm happy about it.
That's not good. Oh.
Why didn't you fire those shotguns?
Shot.
Okay.
This is cool.
Well, Team Greenleaf coming out with a significant amount of cannon.
Yep.
They're actually managing to take a match off of Team Bar here.
Yep.
Okay. Almost feels like Team Bar just didn't shoot down those deck guns. I saw you sitting there on the shotgun. Either way, very, very well done for Team Greenleaf. At the risk of writing off Team Bar in this round entirely, this is a lot of damage coming out of Greenleaf. And there's not much. Okay, yeah, that's a full concede right there.
Fair enough.
Letting it happen. They know when they're defeated. They know when it's over. They're going for a swim.
Oh, connected.
Really? Really? That wasn't a concede. They just tried to. They were just dropping their core a little bit just to get them out of the. Okay.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
Oh my god. That's just showing off. I love it. I love it so much.
I'll be back in a moment.
Alright. It'll be just a moment before we start off this next match. Team Greenleaf evening the odds. Evening the scores in this best of 3. Very, very well done, Team Greenleaf. That was an overwhelming amount of cannon, is what that was. Alright. The players are ready. The match is made. Let's go. As we're into... Well... we're into the final round of this first match. First match of the finals. As Greenleaf is doing it again, right out the gate, they're connecting their two forts so that they can get access to that smokestack technology. See a little bit more optimized this time. And immediately two smokestacks right off the top. Looks like Team Bar not opting to go with smokestacks, but instead the tried, the true, the classic, the well-known and ever-popular rear wind turbines. Okay. You really see the effort Greenleaf put in each map. Like, actually, though, Greenleaf has... This is one thing I want to say about Greenleaf. Greenleaf has actually practiced, and it shows because they have customized build orders for each map, and they're immediately jumping on them. This is the sign of good players. These are the kind of players that will flatten everyone. Except for Eaton and Cloud, who have done the same thing. Just slightly differently. Come to a different conclusion, with the same level of activity. They don't know how to do smokestack on non-water? Oh! Oh no. Well, it seems Greenleaf has something to teach Eaton's team. And that is scary. But impressive.
It is.
Alright, so remember guys, in this round, the scores are even. Whoever wins this first best of 3. If Greenleaf wins, they will knock a life off of Team Bar, sending us right back to start. Winner takes all in another best of 3. However, if Greenleaf is defeated, Greenleaf will lose this match and lose a life. But Greenleaf is already on their last life and will be eliminated from the tournament. So make sure to get your hope, make sure to get your votes. Root for Greenleaf in chat so we can get more games. Because Greenleaf is good, and it's fun to watch them. And also I like watching Eaton smash them. It's a good time.
and they're green and they're leafy.
Yes. Very Canadian, but green. I actually have no idea if they're Canadian or not. I mean, I guess they're not Canadian. They're European.
But it looks like that's typically the Canadian flag symbol,
yes.
Isn't it?
Yes, I was gonna say, like, Vicro is Polish, I think. And Stranistine is European somewhere, I don't know where. But that is the same maple leaf that Canada uses.
Yeah.
It's just green. We have the early fire beams coming out of Team Bar. As in this final round, Team Bar is going with the Hurricane Commander. This does mean that we get to see some extra quick ammunitions, which we will see in the form of heavy bombers, which are gonna be coming out right now and potentially end the game right now.
Yeah. Oh, the aim was a little off.
A little off, misses the core, but does massive damage anyways.
Yep.
Team Greenleaf going with the Warthog Commander, using the same strategy as they have had so much success with in previous rounds. The Fire Beam Laser Beam combo, classic, coming out of the top fort, with the deck gun and eventually a cannon directly above it. Can expect to see some great work coming out of Team Greenleaf here. The question is, will it be enough? As Team Bar is going for a similar strategy with the Fire Beam Laser Beam combo in their standard hanging fort. And then, well, Nighthawks from the lower fort. Okay. Looks like Team Greenleaf is preparing to fire their deck gun, but it isn't ready to fire just yet. Whoa. Yeah, that's rough. Losing your plasma here is about the worst case scenario. The plasma was Team Greenleaf's primary damage output, and the follow-up for the deck cannons, the deck guns, flat punch. Losing that plasma loses them most of their real damage output, real threat. As Bar is almost complete with another Nighthawk and still has 2 fire beams and a plasma to their name. At this point, Team Bar just has more of the same things that Greenleaf has, and then also a Nighthawk, which is kind of a big deal.
Oh, yeah.
And there's the plasma beam doing plasma beam things. It was a beautiful shot straight through the tiny doors and taking out that deck gun. Team Greenleaf is reeling from that kind of damage. And it's just about time for that Nighthawk to come in and clean up their lower fort. At this point, Greenleaf needs to do something. I don't even see how they could. Yeah, no, that's it. Plasma beam, fire beam combo, the classic. And here comes the Nighthawk to finish off the lower fort. I mean, the sandbags prevented the first explosion, but there's nothing left here. The eco is destroyed, the weapons are destroyed, the technology is gone.
Yeah.
Bar finishes it off at a clean-cut laser. There we have it. Team Bar with an incredibly one-sided match after that last match went poorly for them. That's it.
That was decisive.
That was very, very decisive, to say the least. And with that, Team Greenleaf is knocked out, loses their last life, taking second place in the FORTS High Seas Tournament 24. And that, ladies and gentlemen, leaves Eaton and Cloud. Is it 26? I got it is 26. Okay. Thank you, scientist. The FORTS official tournament 26 will be won by Eaton and Cloud, adding to Eaton's pile of badges with Team Greenleaf in second place. And Team
That's amazing.
Beyond All Reason in third. Well done, well done, everyone. Thank you, one and all, for stopping by, enjoying these great games, because it has certainly been a good time all around.
It was awesome. It was really awesome to see. Big thank you to you, Incursus, for your usual, all your support, and everybody behind the scenes, 42, and Rome managing the community and getting everything organized. And yeah, that was a lot of fun. It was awesome to see some good old high seas action.
Yes, you love to see it. And again, thank you. We do have 42 and Rome currently in the chat listening to us. They haven't said a word the whole time, although I know they could if they wanted to. I say thank you all. And actually, I do have a question. Do we want to bring Eaton in? I'm sure Eaton has something to yell at us about. If
Oh, sure. Yeah, why not?
Do you want to say it? Do the victors want to come in and have any thoughts? Because I know this is a tournament in the high seas format, which is something we haven't done for quite some time. Certainly not this extensively. So we'll give the victors an opportunity to come in and talk, should they wish to.
Yeah.
They're still deciding if they want to come in.
They're probably exhausted.
Oh, I can imagine. It's been 4.5 hours of this.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they're both going to jump in.
All right. Can you drag them into the channel?
Where are
Perfect.
they? Yeah.
Welcome in, and congratulations on yet another victory in the official tournaments.
Thank you.
Well done, man. That's So, how did it feel coming back to high seas after all the pro league?
It felt cool. It felt like I was trying something I hadn't done in a while, and I was a little bit rusty at the start, especially during qualifiers. But it seems like we managed to pull it through.
Yeah, cool. That's really cool. And congrats, Cloud. That's well done.
Yes.
Yeah. So, what's everybody's thoughts on the sort of the strategies that were happening? We saw some repeated strategies happening, and a couple of just a few twists on it. But what's your guys' take on?
Well, it's a little sad that like mortars and rockets as tier 1 weapons are like non-existent in high seas. At least I feel like it's either too long, there's too much eco for either of those to be viable, and there's too much space for AA, especially print AA.
Yeah, it feels like in a larger match as well. Like it's similar to 3v3 where you can't really do rockets mortars because they'll just get shut down so easily.
Yep.
And then I think also that seems like planes, the A10 specifically, were being used pretty much every single game, and obviously to great success. So seem pretty strong.
Yes, I was talking about that exactly on a previous stream, where the A10, the Warthogs, they are different from every other projectile style weapon like mortars or the rockets even, where unlike every other weapon, they are not burst fire weapons. They feel like burst fire weapons until you get 8 or more of them, at which point it's just 30 seconds consistently of damage, and there is no anti-air weapon in the game which can deal with consistent incoming damage.
Yeah.
I feel upping the metal cost, maybe a 50 metal or increase the energy cost by 1,000 would help with that. Just making it like you have to spend a lot more resources to get that like game-ending round of fire.
Yep. That makes sense.
It feels like the runway itself is in a pretty good spot. It feels like it's decently expensive, and especially the upgrade is nice priced. But yeah, it feels like A10s are just a little bit too cheap and too easy to spam.
Yep. Yeah, that makes sense. I think that's a fair call. That's cool.
Right.
Well, anyways, guys, that was spectacular effort under pressure like that, and congratulations on winning the finals.
Thank you.
Yes, very well done. I am very much so looking forward to another event where we get to do high quality high seas events, high quality high seas action.
Cool. And I guess next event we're going to have a map making competition, so might see some of you guys playing again when we test out some of those maps.
Cool.
All right then we're going to wrap it up here. Thank you one and all again. Shout out to Nosehead joining us here from the developer team, helping to put this on, with 42 scientists at Romero running all the background things, the cat herding, so we could put on this show just for you guys. And again, congratulations to Cloud and Eaton taking first place in this tournament. And as always, have a good one out there, and I'll see you guys next time.